Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
But as it relates to witness 1, 2, and 3, those are names that aren't found in any reciprocal discovery provided by defense counsel or any discovery that had been previously served by the state.
Okay, who are witnesses 1, 2, and 3?
Witness number 1 is Miss Kamisha Griffin. Witness number 2 is Miss Cassandra Salloway. And then witness number 3 is Mr. Todd Crosby from Fall Line Forensics, LLC.
An expert witness?
That's the state's assumption. I know, Your Honor, obviously there's the statute for discovery, 1716-4, as it relates to witnesses to be served, the timeliness for witnesses to be served by defense counsel, especially as it relates to expert witnesses and expert reports and things of that nature found in that code section. In addition, Your Honor, on May 8th of this year, Your Honor filed an order specially setting this case for trial, outlining the specifics and the requirements from each party as it relates to turning over expert witnesses and any additional motions, minus any motions in limine, which can be made at any time, either in writing or orally. So as it relates to those 3 witnesses, especially witness number 3 listed, it's not only in violation of the discovery statute, but also the court's order that was filed on the 8th day of May of 2025.
So for those 3 witnesses, 1 through 3, you've never received any notice?
Correct.
Okay.
State's asking for them to be excluded.
Okay.
Well, a couple of things very briefly, Your Honor. As far as witness number 1, is that Mr. Crosby?
Griffin.
Number 3, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Crosby. He is a witness that testified at a previous hearing, and the state is fully aware of him. They have his information, his resume. They know all about him, and they've known about him for quite some time now. So there is no issue in terms of surprise. That cannot legitimately be argued when they talk to him and they've seen him testify in this very matter before. As to witnesses 1 and 2, a couple things. I guess on Monday when we started, I think that was Monday, the question I asked the court was that we recently learned that the state re-indicted this case in August of this year, and I believe that was filed on September 5th of this year. So I asked, are we proceeding under the old case or the new case? And the state indicated that we are proceeding under the new case. So based on that case having been re-indicted within the last 2 weeks thereabout, the notice of those 2 witnesses is timely. It is 5 days prior to when we'd be calling them as witnesses. And if the state would like, we'd love for them to have the opportunity to speak with them prior, and we would accommodate them. But we are here to prove this man's innocence, and we have witnesses who can do that. So the remedy would not be to exclude anybody. The remedy would be to accommodate their communication, and we'll do that as well. So we ask that none of the 3 be excluded, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to take it under advisement, but in the meantime, make those witnesses available to the state if they wish to interview them. And is that correct? Do you want to respond
I mean,
in terms of the expert witness?
in terms of the expert witness, I don't know of any hearing in which he testified in. If that happened, none of the three of us were present at that time during the testimony of that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to look up. So before I rule, I'll look at all that. When do you think he testified?
He testified in the hearing, and Mr. Abadi was present, and that was before Judge Schwal. And it dealt with the state having gotten rid of the piece of evidence that could have conclusively been exculpating. They got rid of the car. We had a hearing about them having gotten rid of the car, and that was before Judge Schwal, and that expert testified as to trajectory.
Okay, well, we'll go looking for transcripts and see what we can find out. This is the difficulty of my being the third judge in the case. I just don't know.
And I was present on that day during part of that hearing, so that's not untrue that I was there, but if this witness testified, I was not present during that time.
Okay, I'll see what I can find.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have an update on the tech? We're good? Okay. All right, anything else we need to take up before the jury comes out? Okay. All right, so we're ready for the jury.
And we would like to vote the room, Your Honor.
Okay, if there's any witnesses present, it's time to step out. Be sure not to discuss your testimony with anyone of the lawyers who are going to be questioning you. Do we have any witnesses in the courtroom as far as the state knows?
The only witnesses is the mother who will be testifying, but...
There's an exception for her. That's
May we
true.
approach briefly?
Yes, come on up. Council, the live stream is starting now, so if your microphones are on, you may be picked up. So just a heads up on that. Did you guys catch that at the state's table?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just make sure your microphones are off unless you want to. Just a general announcement for the courtroom. The media has filed Rule 22 so that they can record. No one else is authorized to make any recordings in court. So if the deputies see you with a phone out, they're going to approach you about that.
Rhonda, does the court have a position on witnesses being televised or brought or recorded, I should ask?
I mean, typically the witnesses are recorded unless they're underage. I'm going to let the jury know that they won't be recorded. Did you have a request to make about that?
Yeah, we have a witness who has indicated that she would not like to have cameras on her, if
Okay.
at all possible.
During your case?
Yes.
Okay, well, we could, just remind me and we can take it up with the cameraman and the media and see if they're agreeable to that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My experience is they typically cooperate.
All right, for the jury. Jury, is that accounted for?
Good morning and welcome, members of the jury. Just as I notified you previously, during jury selection, there is a camera here, but at no point will you be recorded. Okay, everybody comfortable with that? All right. In addition to that, this case is being live streamed. What you'll see is whatever's on the Zoom, you are not included in the live stream. So there are cameras on the participants in court so that people can see the evidence, and if people are interested, they're watching on a live stream, but you will not be shown on the live stream either. So neither the media nor court staff will show you. If you have any questions or concerns, just let me know. Okay. Okay, so let's start with some housekeeping. In advance, I'm sorry my computer doesn't go down lower, so I will rarely be seeing some of you. Please don't enter the courtroom again after this point unless the deputy brings you in. Please wear your juror stickers. I'm going to remind you that no one but staff may speak to you. This young lady to my right is Mahar, and she's going to be assisting during the trial as well. She's another person besides the staff I already introduced you to that you can approach. Okay, she's a student intern. If the lawyers don't speak to you in the hall, don't be offended by that. They're just not allowed to. They can greet you, and that's all. So if you have any issues, speak to a deputy or someone on my staff. Typically, we're going to start at 9:30 and we'll quit at 5. If we think that we need to have a long day, we're not going to do that without getting your permission first, because I know some of you have childcare issues. So typically, you can count on business hours or a little earlier than 5 o'clock. Okay, before we go any further, I need to give you your trial juror oath. Will you all stand and raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Julian Conley, who is charged with murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 5 counts of aggravated assault, criminal damage to property, 2 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and 8 counts of violation of Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God? Please say yes if you accept this oath.
Yes.
Thank you. You can be seated. As I warned you previously, there are going to be times that I'm reading you jury instructions. If you are a person who has benefited by taking notes, you can, but just understand at the end of trial, after all of the evidence and after all of the arguments, you're going to receive a written jury charge. So don't feel that you need to transcribe the instructions that I give you. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, you've been sworn and impaneled, and you are about to try a criminal case entitled The State of Georgia versus Julian Conley. The prosecutor read the indictment during jury selection, and you will have it during deliberations. The defendant has pled not guilty to this indictment, and he denies every charge in it. This indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way that the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based upon the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until he is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption stays with him until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. You may not convict the defendant of any crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state to prove every essential element of the crimes charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove his innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror who is honestly seeking the truth. It is the doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which you can give a reason based on consideration of the evidence or a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. My role is to determine the law that applies to this case. I will instruct you on the law that you must apply to the facts in reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of these instructions now. I will give you more detailed instructions at the end of the trial. You must decide the facts of this case from the evidence presented and then apply the law that I give you to those facts. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. However, the questions the lawyers ask the witness are not evidence. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during trial. I will admit evidence according to the rules of evidence. The lawyers are advocates for their clients, and they have a duty to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. They may make motions or objections if they believe that any rule is not being followed. What the lawyers say in making or responding to objections is not evidence. If the lawyers make objections and I overrule it, that means that the evidence is admitted and you may consider it. If I sustain an objection, this means the evidence is excluded from the trial and you may not consider it. You should consider only the testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about the evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you must disregard it entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions and nothing I say during the trial are evidence. Sometimes I may need to deal with the lawyer's motions or objections without you being here in the courtroom, so I will excuse you to the jury room. We'll try to limit such interruptions, and we ask you to please be patient when they do happen. This is the part where I always tell you guys you're going to be mad at us through most of this trial. We're going to have a lot of conferences where we need to send you out. We're going to tell you it's going to be about 10 minutes and then it's going to be 20. So please understand that we're doing our best and we're being as efficient as possible, but know that you are going to be removed more often than you like. And that's just part of trial, okay? The trial will proceed as follows. First, the attorneys may give what are called opening statements. Opening statements are not evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. Second, the evidence will be presented. Third, the attorneys may give closing arguments. They may also point out evidence they believe supports their position. What the lawyers say in closing arguments is not evidence. Fourth, I will explain to you the specific law that applies to this case. I will then ask you to go to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. It's important that you pay close attention during this trial. If you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you are suffering from any discomfort that distracts you, please inform me or the deputy, and we will do what is needed to make sure that you can hear and see the evidence and give it your undivided attention. If you need a break at any time, please raise your hand, alert the deputy, or simply just catch my eye. You must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial and the law that I will explain to you. You may not conduct any research on your own about this case or about any people or places mentioned during the trial. You may not visit places mentioned in the evidence. You may not use any outside sources such as dictionaries, Google, social media, ChatGPT to get information about this case. You may not use any outside sources to research legal terms or the law. Finally, you may not read or listen to any accounts of this trial that may appear on your computer, your phone, in print, or on the radio. So anything that's in the media while you're in this trial, you need to disregard and avoid. You may not discuss this case with anyone, including family and friends, or let anyone discuss the case with you or around you. This includes discussing or sharing information on social media. You must not discuss this case, even amongst yourselves, until the actual deliberations begin. That is, after you have heard all the evidence, arguments, and the law that applies to this case. You have pens and notepads. Please keep in mind, you may take notes. If you take notes, please do not let your note-taking distract you from paying attention. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case, and notes are not evidence, they're only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. Don't be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent memory. You must leave your notes in the jury room, except when you're in the courtroom. My staff will destroy your notes at the end of deliberations. You'll get a transcript. You will not. This is important because it's not television. You will not get a transcript of witnesses' testimony, so you must remember in a way that works best for you what they said on the witness stand. This concludes my preliminary instructions, and we're now ready for the lawyers to give their opening statements. So let's have a sound check right now. Who had any trouble hearing me just now? All right, and you know what to do if you do, because it's critical that you guys hear. So if you can't hear the lawyers or you can't hear the witness, it's okay to interrupt and let us know that. All right. Is the state going to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That goes for the screen too. If you can't see the screen, let us know.
When we had trial for technology at work, Good morning. Good morning. So what's your one thing that you're going to see throughout this trial is that the technology in Fulton County is not stellar, it's not the best, and it's not the most high-tech equipment. So at times you're going to experience, along with us, lags, and in this instance, a PowerPoint is we click from slide to slide, lags as we play videos. So we just ask you to remain patient. I know a lot of you guys either in IT or have spouses, family members, and friends who are in IT, so you're used to the fastest and the best. You're in the wrong place for that. So I'll apologize on behalf of all the parties in advance. 8 bullet holes. 8 holes, defects from bullets in the vehicle that Secoriea Turner was seated in the back seat playing on her phone. 8 bullets fired into the Jeep that Mr. Omar Ivey was driving, that her mom, Charmaine Turner, was seated in the front passenger seat. And little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner, seated in the back seat, doing what 8-year-olds do, playing on a cell phone, looking at TikTok. No one knew that on July 4th of 2020, as this vehicle that Secoriea was playing, had a great day, celebrating the 4th of July, would be the last day that she'd be alive. No one knew that this would be the last moment that Secoriea Turner would get to play on TikTok, would get to make a TikTok, would be the last moments that her mother, Charmaine Turner, would hear her laugh. When they woke up that morning, they had no idea that these would be the last moments that she'd ever spend with her 8-year-old. And why? Because the conscious, intentional, and deliberate actions of this defendant on July 4th of 2020, when he consciously and intentionally pointed his rifle, AR-style firearm, at the Jeep as it traveled around what you'll learn and hear about throughout this trial, a makeshift barricade blocked off by large orange blocks and orange cones that we see on the roads for construction. When the Jeep that Secoriea Turner did not submit to the authority of this defendant and his gang members, he intentionally pointed and pulled the trigger of this AR-15 style rifle, fired into the vehicle that Secoriea was just trying to get home. Get home to continue to celebrate the 4th of July, that fellowship with her family like we all do on the 4th of July, celebrating America and fireworks and fun. But that all ended because of the acts of this defendant. One bullet that traveled through the back of this Jeep, traveled through the trunk, traveled through the seat, and traveled into the back of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner, killing her on July 4th, 2020. Having 8 short years of life with her family, with her friends, her hopes and dreams of being a student at Spelman ended in those few moments. Now, what you're going to learn through the course of this trial, and the evidence is going to show, is that little Secoriea, she loved to dance, she loved to play on TikTok, she loved to make TikToks, she was happy, she was full of life, she was full of joy. She loved to read, she loved to learn. And because she loved to read and learn, she had already decided that she wanted to be a student at Spelman and would talk to her mom all the time about how excited, even though she was 8, that she was going to college at Spelman here in Atlanta. She loved her family. And all of that came to an end because of the senseless gun violence, the senseless, deliberate actions of this defendant when he fired his rifle into the vehicle that Secoriea was traveling in. Now, I want to talk to you, and we covered some of this yesterday and the day before on Monday, about the summer of 2020 and what was going on not only throughout the country, but specifically here in Atlanta. It was a time that most of us had never experienced. It was an unprecedented time. It was a time where we were going through a global pandemic. We were experiencing surges during the summer of COVID-19. In conjunction with that, we were experiencing civil unrest because of protests that were supporting, rightfully so, racial injustice, trying to fight for change. But during the summer of 2020, as we moved into July 4th, at 1238 Pryor Road, near the Wendy's, Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed. And as a result of him being killed, that Wendy's the next day, on June 13th, was burned out. As many of you had heard, we talked about it yesterday and the day before, about what we remembered, what we read, the information we had processed as it relates to what happened to Mr. Brooks. And as a result of the shooting and the death of Mr. Brooks, there were protests throughout the city of Atlanta. There were protests specifically at the Wendy's where he was killed. And as we all are aware, that Wendy's was burned out. And that Wendy's, that area of 1238 Pryor Road, the intersection of University and Pryor, became a hub or a place where protests would happen often, where people would come, gather, and support each other. But that changed as time moved on, and as time continued. It became more focused on things of violence, things that led to the death of little Secoriea Turner. And what you're going to see and what you're going to learn throughout this trial, you're tired of seeing maps and hearing us talk about locations. But this is the general location we asked you about yesterday. We talked about how you're familiar with it, how often you've been driven by it, and things of that nature. This is the package store, which will be central to the facts and the evidence, as well as the BP, the area where the Wendy's was, and further down where you can see that there are warehouses on University Avenue. Now, as we move through the trial and as the evidence and the testimony unfolds, you're going to hear about, on July 4th, the conditions and the description and what 1238 Pryor Road intersection with University looked like, what the conditions were, the people who were out there. You're going to hear about the fact that the police had coined the term or called this an autonomous zone, where during this time the defendant and members of his gang had taken advantage of the fact that there was minimal police presence due to the unrest as it relates to police brutality and things of that nature. And what you're going to learn, what we talked about, is that they set up a barricade, a checkpoint, an armed checkpoint in this community and your community making it to where they controlled everything. They controlled the authority of who could come and go and pass based on the blockades and the barricades that they had set up. They were armed with firearms to control and to assert their authority. And what you'll see, and as you will find out, when you don't submit to that authority, there's consequences. And Secoriea Turner paid those consequences because Omar Ivory, a member of this community, had the audacity, in their eyes, to not submit to their authority, to not allow them to control his egress and ingress. He went around the barricades, and as a result, they shot into his car. You're going to see video surveillance. You're going to see a lot of photographs. These are examples of what the barricades look like. The large orange blocks, the construction cones that we see, unfortunately, all around the courthouses. We all travel the next couple of days here and back. Now, you're going to hear from a lot of witnesses who are going to be able to describe the conditions of July 4th, 2020. Members of this community, employees and people who work in the area. You're going to hear from Gerald Campbell, who is a individual, a male who's been a MARTA bus driver at this time. He had worked with MARTA and was very familiar with the city and drove many routes throughout the city. On July 4th of 2020, his route included the University and Pryor Road area and stops. He's going to talk about the barricades that he experienced, the having to ask permission to move throughout the city in that area, that he saw individuals armed with rifles that he was forced to stop. And the only way he could ever get through is if he asked permission, and he was granted that permission. You're also going to hear from members of that community, Chris and Samantha McCord. And you're going to hear about their experience on July 4th of 2020, when they attempted just to go home, just like Secoriea and her family, just to get across the barriers right over the second blockade where their home was. And they were denied access. Chris and Samantha McCord are going to talk about the fear that they felt, the anger that they felt, that they couldn't go to their home and their community that they had invested in, that they loved, that these people were preventing them from enjoying what they helped build and create. You're going to hear from Mr. McCord and Mrs. McCord to tell you that the firearms that the individuals, to include the defendant, pointed at their heads and at their vehicle, as they told them they weren't allowed to pass through, how they told Mr. McCord he was acting disrespectful, and how they made Mr. McCord turn around. What you're going to learn is shortly after the McCords were not granted access is when Secoriea and her family were driving in the area. What Charmaine and Mr. Omar are going to tell you is that they had spent the day with family. They had spent the day having fun, 4th of July, at Miss Turner's mother's house, that the family had gathered. They barbecued. They had shot off fireworks. They did what most people do on the 4th of July. And that they were coming home roughly a little after 9:30, and they got off at the Pryor Road and University Avenue, exit off I-75. And they got up there, their home was not far from it, and they needed to stop at the local package store, the All-American package store. And as they drove up to the intersection, Mr. Ivory will tell you that in looking at it, he believed it was closed. He saw that some of the windows were dark and boarded up. So he didn't stop there, is what Ms. Turner and Mr. Ivory will tell you. And what they'll tell you is they were going to go home. And their house was on the other side of the barricades, and they hadn't encountered the barricades before. They saw them, and Mr. Ivory will tell you that as he approached the area where the barricades were, he went around, he didn't stop, he went around the first barricade, and as soon as he did that, there was gunfire at his feet. They'll tell you the fear that they felt. They will tell you the moments in which the gunfire is entering their vehicle, going past their heads and their bodies, and how they survived by the grace of God. And what they'll both tell you, and what Charmaine will tell you, is in the moment since the gunfire is occurring, she hears her daughter cry out, "Mama, Mama, I've been shot." She hears her 8-year-old little girl sitting in the back seat on their way home scream her name for the very last time. Because of the deliberate actions of this defendant, because someone had the audacity not to stop at this unlawful barricade, at this unlawful checkpoint. What both Ms. Turner and Mr. Ivory will tell you is they made it past the second barricade. They pulled over shortly down the road to attend to Secoriea. Ms. Turner will tell you that she dove into the back seat. She will tell you that she did everything in her power to keep her daughter alive, to try to stop the bleeding, to do whatever she could do to provide any medical assistance to keep the little 8-year-old with her. What both Mr. Ivory and Ms. Turner will tell you is they attempted to call 911. At that time, 911 was experiencing a high volume of calls. And Mr. Ivory will tell you that he called and called and called and couldn't get through. He will tell you that as he was making the decision to stay where he was and continue to call 911 or to go to the nearest hospital. And what he'll tell you is he kept calling 911 and he eventually got through, but his instincts, his gut told him he couldn't wait. So while he's on the phone with 911, and you'll hear he's talking and walking them through the fact that they're driving to the hospital, and he's taking little Secoriea to the Atlanta Medical Center. He's doing everything in his power as her mother attempts to try to stop the bleeding, trying to keep Secoriea away. Now, the evidence will show, and you'll hear from officers and detectives, that Mr. Omar did arrive at Atlanta Medical Center. When he arrived, he was followed by an officer who was close in the area, who saw Mr. Ivory kind of speeding through the city, down Boulevard, and into Atlanta Medical Center. And you'll see and hear from this officer, you'll see his body cam of the urgency in which they arrived, and you'll see the moment that Secoriea is taken from the back seat. She's rushed into the emergency room, and what the evidence will show, testimony will be, is that they tried everything medically possible to save this little girl. They tried everything. But nothing they did could stop, could fix what this defendant did to this little 8-year-old girl. You will hear from Charmaine and Mr. Ivory about the moments when they find out that Secoriea didn't make it. That she was never going home. That they were going to be leaving the Atlanta Medical Center without their 8-year-old little girl. And Ms. Turner will tell you how awful that moment was. How it changed her life and her family's life forever. How nothing has ever been the same since Secoria's death. You will hear from additional officers who responded to the Atlanta Medical Center because of the call of little Secoriea arriving with a gunshot wound to the back. You will hear from Sex from the Homicide Unit, how the investigation began, how Sergeant Epps was the first officer with the City of Atlanta Police Department to arrive right behind Mr. Ivory, Ms. Turner, and little Secoriea, and how he notified homicide, and how the investigation began, unfolded, and moved from the scene of where Secoriea died to the scene of where she was shot. Near the Wendy's at 1238 Prior Street. And what the evidence and testimony will show, and what will be admitted into evidence, as I said, 911 call, both from Mr. Ivory as well as from Mr. McCord and his wife. You will hear about statements witnesses made on the scene, and they'll testify in court about it. You will hear about the defendant's distinctive clothing, a very important piece of evidence as to how the detectives with the City of Atlanta Homicide Unit are able to track and identify this defendant. You will hear about the defendant's actions after the shooting. And you will hear about statements this defendant made with his counsel during a press conference shortly after Secoriea was murdered. Now, the timeline of events will be set up by the 911 call. That's where the chronology starts, relates to the investigation, and Detective Jerrion Shepard, who was assigned as the lead detective in the homicide unit. And he will tell you he was able to locate the call at approximately at 9:45 p.m. from Mr. McCord, referencing how he'd been held at gunpoint, how guns had been pointed at him and his wife's head in their vehicle. You will hear about the 911 call through Detective Shepard that he was able to locate that Omar made. And like I said, you hear about the hardest decision Mr. Ivory had to make in determining whether he should remain and continue to try to get a hold of 911 or attempt to get the quickest medical care by driving Secoriea to the city of Atlanta, Atlanta Medical Center. You will also hear, again, from Sergeant Epps, who will talk about how he saw the Jeep speeding, how he could tell based on the way that the car was driving and his training experience that this car was trying to get medical help as fast as possible. And Detective Shepard will talk about the first steps that he took after being assigned the lead detective in this case, how he attempted to canvass the scene and talk to witnesses, how the crime scene was photographed and processed, and evidence was collected. He will tell you, along with several crime scene vets that responded, about the area, and when they arrived, they had to move quickly through the scene because it wasn't safe. There were still members of the community, there were still members of the violent protests that night with guns on the scene. So as they are focusing on processing the scene, they're also focused on their safety and making sure that they can do their job in the safest way possible for everybody still remaining out there. And Detective Shepard's going to tell you about the difficulty he had in canvassing and speaking to witnesses, the unwillingness of people to provide information, and how that affected his investigation. And how he had to move through his investigation in different ways and look for evidence in ways that he typically has not done in the past. He will tell you about his interview with Ms. Charmaine Turner that we talked about. He will tell you about his interview with Mr. Ivory. He will talk to you about his interactions with Mr. McCord and his experience that night on July 4th. He will also talk to you about the members of his team in the City of Atlanta Homicide Unit and how they assisted, and how members of Homeland Security, specifically you'll hear from Investigator T, how he assisted in the process, how he utilized all different units throughout the City of Atlanta Police Department in order to get justice for little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. He started because of the resistance that he was receiving that night as it relates to witnesses speaking, as to finding people willing to make statements. He did a Be on the Lookout, a flyer that was distributed through the media, through news outlets, on social media, asking for anyone to come forward to assist in any information as it relates to the death of Secoriea Turner. He will tell you that he continued to receive information. He will tell you he continued to canvass the area for any video surveillance that could have captured anything that happened during the moments of Secoria's death. And what he'll tell you is that an assisting investigator with Homeland Security, Investigator Jason T, was able to recover and extract several hours of footage from the surrounding businesses through just doing knock and talks, asking for help as it relates to the owners of the All-American Package Store, the owners of the BP gas station, and a warehouse that was just past the area of the second half of the barricade, just past the area where Omar Ivory had pulled off to the side as everyone tried to save Secoriea. And what you will see and what you will hear about is the angles and the footage that was able to be recovered. And I know we're all used to CSI and all the other different crime scene shows that are on TV with our 4K and clear as ever video surveillance, rings that seem to capture, ring cameras that seem to capture everything, even if there isn't movement, even though they're supposed to be motion activated. But you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that's TV. That the camera footage that we were able to locate as it relates to the moments before, during, and after Secoria's death is not 4K. It doesn't capture every angle on the scene. It doesn't capture outside of certain areas where the cameras don't reach. What you're going to notice is that the cameras are not as clear as it shows on Criminal Mind, capturing every angle and aspect of someone's face, clothing, and things of that nature. What Detective Shepard will tell you is that after Detective Teague was able to locate the video surveillance from the 3 businesses, he then watched hours of footage, having to piece and connect the footage together so he could get a full 360, 180 view of certain angles so he could get justice for Secoria. This is the view he was able to get from the BP gas station. And just on the left of the screen is just outside of this camera would be the warehouse where he was able to pull video surveillance and pointed in the direction of the BP. That's what we're seeing here. So what Detective Shepard will talk to you about in his review and hours of review footage is he was able to locate the time in which the McCords pulled into the liquor store parking lot after they had experienced being held at gunpoint, after they had been told they couldn't come through, after they were made to turn around. And you'll see on the video surveillance the McCords get out, looking confused, scared, wondering what happened, why they weren't able to move through. And you'll see the defendant in his distinctive clothing, the jeans with faded out areas on his thighs and down towards his shin. You'll see that he's in a distinctive red shirt with white writing. You will learn through witnesses that the writing on the back of the shirt talks about Piru Bloods, Elm Street. And you will learn the significance as it relates to that and this defendant being a member and associate of the Piru Bloods gang. Detective Shepard will tell you that in his review of the footage, he was able to locate 2 persons of interest at the beginning of the investigation that he identified. The defendant being the individual in the red, and then in the white t-shirt and the black jeans, the co-defendant, Mr. Jerrion McKinney. And what I'll say as it relates to Mr. McKinney is that we're here for the trial of Mr. Conley. Mr. McKinney is not on trial before this jury at this time. Your focus as it relates to the guilt and innocence is on Mr. Conley. Mr. McKinney is not attached or a part of this trial that is before each and every one of you during the next couple of days. And what Detective Shepard will tell you is that he continued to review footage. And as he reviewed footage, he saw shortly before the shooting a MARTA bus. And through his number of years with the City of Atlanta Police Department, he knew that MARTA buses typically had cameras. And for once, he knew that this was an agency, this was a transportation industry that had great cameras, that had camera footage that we would hope to see on TV. Camera footage that reveals details of your face, of your clothing. So he reached out to members of the MARTA Police Department and MARTA Transportation, and he was able to identify that bus that was on the route from University and Pryor. He was able to identify the driver. He was able to get the camera footage. And from his review and receiving of the camera footage, he was able to get the photographs of Mr. McKinney. He was able to use the video footage to take screenshots of the details of Mr. McKinney, of Mr. Conley. His red shirt, his rifle, his black bag that he had over his body. He then put that in a bolo, or Crime Stoppers tips flyer in which he again released throughout the city, through the media, through canvassing, going from person to person, house to house, asking if they recognized the person in the flyer. And as he did that, he did the same as it relates to Mr. McKinney, as he was able to get clear footage or clear pictures to distribute as it relates to him as a person of interest for the murder of Secoriea Turner. What you will learn and what you will hear and see is that as a result of these flyers, as a result of the media blast of the bolo related to this defendant, Julian Conley, he came forward on July 13th of 2020. When I say he came forward in a press conference that he had arranged with his counsel at the time in front of several news outlets, one being in front of Tom Jones with WSB-TV, and other media outlets, Fox 5 with Angelique Proctor, where they all met in a central location, a central area, and he made statements while on or during the press conference that his counsel made statements on his behalf as it relates to his picture being distributed as a person of interest. How he admitted that the person in the red shirt with the white writing, with the AR-style rifle hanging from his body, and that black bag was him. That picture was of him. That he was on the scene at the time Secoriea Turner was killed. You will see distinct differences just a few days later in Mr. Conley's appearance. You will see that he's changed his appearance. He's cut his hair. It's nothing like the photos that you see, that you saw previously, where he had longer hair and twists that were coming down. And like I said, he made statements as it relates to identifying himself in the video that had been distributed by the City of Atlanta Police Department. And what Detective Shepard will tell you, again, the distinct difference in his appearance on July 4th and July 13th during the press conference. And as Detective Shepard saw, like all of us, we happened to be watching the news, watched it live, learned information, and took that information and added it to his investigation. Added it to the hours and hours of video footage that he had watched. Because he now had identified the individual that he saw shooting at the vehicle in the red shirt with the white writing and the large rifle as Mr. Ivory passed through and around the barricade. And what Detective Shepard will tell you is that a day and a half later from the conference that the defendant held, he took out arrest warrants. And what Detective Shepard will tell you is that a common practice is once arrest warrants are taken out, they're turned over to the Fugitive Task Force team for assistance in locating and apprehending a suspect in which warrants have been sworn out for. And what Detective Shepard will also tell you is that as that was done, as the Fugitive Task Force began to do their part of the investigation in locating the defendant, the defendant's attorney, Jackie Patterson, who now goes by the fly lawyer Patterson, as you will hear. During that time, he reached out and arranged for Julian Conley to turn himself in. And then on July 15th, 2020, the defendant was taken into custody and placed under arrest. Now, you are also going to hear from experts that will be utilized during the state case in chief. You'll hear from the chief medical examiner, Dr. Karen Sullivan, and she will talk to you about the autopsy that she did on 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. She'll talk about the cause of death, which was the gunshot wound that she received in her back. She'll talk about the manner of death, how she classified it as a homicide. She will describe to you, and you will hear about a rifle projectile that was removed from Secoriea's little body. And she'll talk to you, and you will see photographs of the hole and how large it is. And she'll tell you that's typical, not unusual, an individual shot with a high-powered rifle round, like Secoriea was. You will hear, toward the end of this trial, from Sarah Van Holm with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Ms. Van Holm will talk to you about her expertise and what she's been doing at the GBI for a number of years. That she's a firearms examiner, and that she has examined, analyzed, and made determinations about hundreds of different projectiles and ballistics evidence that she has compared. She will tell you that she received a number of ballistics evidence collected from the crime scene where Secoriea was shot. She will tell you she received that projectile that was removed from Secoria's body. And what Ms. Van Holm will tell you is that in her comparison of 7 shell casings, cartridge casings, as Ms. Van Holm will call them, in her comparison of those shell casings, she will be able to tell you that all of them came from one gun and that they were all fired from an AR-15 rifle. She will also tell you that the single bullet that was removed from Secoria's body is consistent with being fired from an AR-15 style firearm. Same caliber of ammunition, 5.56, 45, as the 7 shell casings that were collected from the scene. You will also hear from another member of the GBI back in 2020, Gerald Campbell. You will hear about his qualifications. You will hear about his experience and his training in gangs throughout the country, throughout the state of Georgia, and the number of years that he has worked and documented different gang members, identified different signs, and things of that nature. And he will tell you about how he's able to make his determination about the gang evidence that he reviewed, about how the gang element is connected to and part of the cause of Secoria's murder. He will tell you about what we talked about here today, that members of the Pyru Blood gang seized control of the intersection of University and Pryor. He will tell you that that seizure of that intersection was to dominance, gain a position of dominance of that territory, of that area where Mr. Brooks was killed, and his connection to Pyru Blood, and how that this seizure was done via the armed checkpoint. And he will talk about the importance of a refusal to submit, a refusal to recognize the authority of these gang members, and how that refusal is met with violence, and here specifically gun violence. Now, as the judge mentioned earlier, again, this isn't like TV. The technology, as you've seen throughout this presentation, is poor. What I want you to keep in mind is that we've given you pens and paper, old school style, to where you can take notes. I would encourage you to take notes, because though Madam Court Reporter is constantly typing and having to take down all the things that we say that don't make sense, the things that she can't understand, we can't give you a transcript of that as you go back to deliberate. Your transcript will be your notes. Your memory will depend on each and every one of your collective taking notes. So I encourage you to take notes and to pay attention during the testimony of the evidence, because everything that's presented to you is important. Everything that is presented to you is to get justice for 8-year-old Secoriea Turner. And what I want you to remember is that 8-year-old Secoriea, her family, the McCords, Mr. Camber, other witnesses who will testify throughout this trial, they're not on trial. He is. He's on trial for his actions on July 4th of 2020. And what the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, is there was no excuse, there's no mitigation, and there's absolutely no justification for what this defendant and the members of his gang did to little 8-year-old Secoriea on July 4th, 2020. Their actions show nothing more than the fact that they have no regard at all for human life. No regard for a precious little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner who was just trying to get home. The only thing that the evidence will show as it relates to this defendant and what he wanted and what he was concerned about was escaping the responsibility for his actions, to not being held accountable for the things that he, ladies and gentlemen, is responsible for from July 4th of 2020. And that's your job, ladies and gentlemen. Your job is to listen to the testimony and the evidence. And at the end of this trial, hold this defendant accountable. Hold him responsible for the things he did on July 4th of 2020. For cutting Secoria's life short, for only allowing her to live a very short 80 years, making her hopes and dreams of Spelman a reality that will never come true, making it so Ms. Turner will never hear her daughter laugh, see her dance, do the things that she loves. And the evidence will be clear during the course of this trial that this defendant acted intentionally, he acted deliberately, and consciously made the decision to point, shoot, and pull that trigger at the vehicle that Secoriea was just trying to get home. The evidence will be clear. And at the end of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, myself, my co-counsel, Ms. Young, will have the opportunity to address you again, have the opportunity to talk to you about the injustice that little 8-year-old Secoriea Turner had to endure at the hands of this defendant. And we will have the absolute privilege to stand before you and ask that you return the only verdict that speaks the truth, and that this defendant is guilty of each and every charge in this indictment that you heard about during the beginning of voir dire. We ask that you hold Julian Conley accountable for his deliberate acts that caused the death of Secoriea Turner, and find him guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Do you all need this sketch before you hear the other side's argument? Fine. Okay. All right, who will be making the opening statement for the defense?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Regas.
9 days. The investigation into that precious girl's life lasted 9 days. On July 4th of 2020, her precious life was taken. And on July 13th, Officer Shepard said he was sure he had his person. He said he was 99.99% sure. 9 days later. And when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you inevitably land somewhere far different. And when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, sometimes you just find yourself sitting in a seat charged with a crime you did not commit. And make no mistake about it, the evidence will prove that he did not commit this crime. And we are going to prove it. The math, the mother, and the man behind the wheel all agree, or at least they did, that Julian didn't do it. The math, the mother, and the man behind the wheel, they all said it, or at least they did, that he did not do it. We're going to start with the math. The state is saying that Julian pulled the trigger that killed that precious girl. They're going to say that she sat in the back seat in the middle of that car as it drove through the barricade. They are going to say that Julian was standing by the driver's side door as the car drove by. They are going to say that he fired into that car. And you are going to see video, and they are going to point to a person they are going to say was Julian. Well, what the math will say is that if Julian is the person they say he is, he didn't cause that girl's death. She was, and there'll be no dispute about this, a beautiful, beautiful 8-year-old girl. And that did not deserve to happen to her. But more than one thing can get you at the same time. What happened to her as she sat in that car seat should not have happened. And what is happening to him as he sits in that seat should not be happening. What the math will tell you is that if that person is him, he could not have caused that girl's death. Because if he is firing, as the evidence will show, and they'll have a medical examiner to testify about the fact, if he's standing and firing at the driver's side door, their medical examiner is going to tell you that the bullet entered that beautiful young girl from right to left, from low to high, from back to front. What that medical examiner will tell you is that the person who fired that shot, that trajectory is consistent with a person being on the right side of the car or near the back right side of the car to create a low to high, back to front, right to left trajectory. The evidence is going to show that a person standing by the driver's side door could not create that. But beyond the math, on that night, as they rushed to the hospital, and that beautiful girl's mother was in that hospital, and she was talking to officers. She told those officers, "Help me, help me, help me." They said, "How can we help you?" She said, "I saw the person who killed my baby. He was wearing black mask, black vest, dressed like y'all, all black, with a long gun." Later, as she was in the hospital, she told officers again, "I saw the person who killed my girl. He was wearing black mask, black vest, dressed like y'all, carrying a long gun." You are going to see pictures of a person wearing all black, carrying a long gun, kneeling and firing upward. You are going to see that picture. You rush to justice by rushing to Julian. Sometimes you don't bother looking at the evidence along the path. Because, as the evidence will show, the mother, and even the man behind the wheel say they didn't do it. Or at least they did. In addition, they talked to that young woman the next day, the next couple of days at her home, and she repeated it. She repeated it. She repeated it. "I saw the man. Black, dressed like y'all, bounty hunter, black vest, long gun." That's what she said the night of. She said the day after. She said the day after. And so did the man behind the wheel. They talked to him. And he said, I saw the people who fired into that car. They were wearing black. They were dressed like bounty hunters. And they had long guns. That is what he told them. That is what he told them. But not only did he tell them that, he gave Officer Shepard pictures. He gave Officer Shepard a picture of people in some crew. And he said, these are the two people. He talked about one guy being darker with a beard and another guy being short with dreadlocks. Those are the two people who shot into that car. Dressed in black, dressed like bounty hunters. He said the same thing that young woman said. But when you rush to justice, by rushing to Julian, you ignore. You ignore evidence along the way. July of 2020, that was a different time. People were home. That was in the height of COVID. And as the state indicated, that was what the police called an autonomous zone. And what the evidence will show, that would be a very generous description for they just gave it up and said, y'all good over there. They provided no protection. They provided no security. They provided no peace. They allowed that area to police itself. They call it an autonomous zone. But again, that's very generous. They abandoned their responsibility. They abandoned their duty. It was July 4th. It was Independence Day, as the state said. But the evidence will show it was more than Independence Day. The evidence will show it was almost Independence Month. They were independent of law enforcement. They were on their own, not by choice, but because they were left no choice. That came at a time you had George Floyd in Minnesota, and witnesses will talk about this. You had George Floyd in Minnesota. You had Ahmaud Arbery down in Brunswick. And you had Rayshard Brooks right there at Wendy's in June. And when that happened, when all those things happened, people congregated at the scene of the Rayshard Brooks shooting. They congregated at that Wendy's for one night, for 1 week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. They stayed, many of them stayed overnight. And in that autonomous zone, as they call it, it wasn't about gangs taking over, and the witnesses will tell you, it had zero to do with gangs. In fact, as it was Independence Month, what you had in that community was, in their eyes at least, and they'll tell you, the community felt like it was winning. And not just winning, it was winning finally. They saw George Floyd. They saw Ahmaud Arbery. They saw Rayshard Brooks. And in that area, They had tents. They had grills. The community was feeding itself. You even had people who planted a garden. They were trying to provide haircuts for kids. They even had a porta potty they had there by the Wendy's because it was Independence Day, but it was Independence Month. Not by choice, but because they were left no choice. And as they took care of themselves and stayed there and tried to, as they'll say, have their voices heard for once, be seen, be seen. They started hearing the rumblings. They started hearing the rumors of outsiders coming in, of the Klan coming in, various other things, the rumors that they'll tell you they heard. They're not going to show you any evidence of any defendant bringing in a barricade. The barricade was left by the city. Because it was Independence Day, but it was Independence Month, because law enforcement said, nah, y'all good over there. So they brought barricades. And as the witnesses will tell you, under the influence of all of what was happening in June of 2020 of the George Floyd and the Ahmaud Arbery and the Rayshard Brooks, also, they were cognizant, they knew of, they were aware of, and they were frightened about Heather Heyer, a woman protesting in West Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, where a car rammed the protesters. Because on this scene, on this night, as it had been the case for previous month almost, you had kids playing in the street, you had people cooking out, kids doing cartwheels, and families cooking and sharing food. This area is about 50 yards. It's less than a football field, 50 to 100 yards from beginning to end of that barricade. And that was the area. You'll see the video. Because it was Independence Day. That was the area where they wanted to keep their piece of America safe. The witnesses will tell you it was not about harming anybody. It was about healing everybody and protecting the community. So what you'll see is, you'll see that car go barreling past the barricade. You'll see that car hit somebody as it tries to jump out of the way. And you'll see somebody who was hit raise up and start firing. And you'll see that car keep going. And then you'll see somebody at that second barricade kneel in fire. All they wanted to do was keep that area safe. Because when that car came by, nobody at that barricade knew who was in it. They didn't know that that beautiful young girl was sitting in the back seat. All they knew, and they'll tell you, was that car come barreling past. And they knew there were kids in the street and people in the street in the community. And they had to keep safe because it was Independence Day. As the evidence will show, 9 days into what should have been a thorough investigation Officer Shepard said that he was 99.99% sure that Julian Conley fired those shots into that car. But you will see, as you've heard, that Julian Conley had on what they have called, and what the evidence will show, and what the picture will show, a distinctive red shirt. Julian Conley had on a distinctive red shirt. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you ignore the fact, as the evidence will show, that the mother, and the man behind the wheel all said something different, because what the mother said was all black, dressed like a cop. What the man behind the wheel said was all black, dressed like a bounty hunter. What the man behind the wheel showed pictures of were people in all black, dressed like a bounty hunter. But he had on distinctive red. But what happened? The evidence will show that they got his picture. They got his picture when he went to that MARTA bus. Didn't threaten anybody, but they got his picture right there on the camera provided by the MARTA bus. In his red distinctive shirt, not black. And the evidence will show they put that picture on TV. And the evidence will show that when they put that picture on the TV, that man said, I want to go clear my name. And he called a lawyer. I am not responsible for him calling himself the fly lawyer, but he called a lawyer. He wasn't the fly lawyer. He called a lawyer who was a friend of his mom. He called a lawyer that he knew was in law enforcement with his mom when they worked at Clark University Police. So that was the person they called, Jackie Patterson. Jackie, can you help my son? And that man, to clear his name, I'm wearing red, because at this point the evidence will show flyers had already gone out, black, dressed like a bounty hunter, but he saw his picture on the screen and said, let me go turn myself in. Let me clear my name. And when he did that, you rush to justice by rushing to Julian. You disregard a lot of facts along the way. He turned himself in, thinking he would clear his name. When Officer Shepard made that statement 9 days later about being 99.99% sure, that was before he'd even requested to view the results of the autopsy. Because, again, when you rush to justice, you don't have to wait for details. Before he got the results, before he'd seen the results of the medical examiner, he already made up his mind. I'm so happy you're here. At some point, the state is going to tell you that you get to use your common sense and don't check it at the door. I'm so glad you're here. Because the common sense will tell you that when you are 99.9% sure, what you looking for after that? So when he made that statement about being 99.9% sure and saying that Julian was standing by that driver's side door firing into the car, he didn't know at that point that the bullet entered from right to left, low to high, back to front. They get to the hospital that night. It's about 10 o'clock or so, Atlanta Medical Center. And while that mother is in the hospital with their daughter, the man behind the wheel is outside in the parking lot. And he's telling them from outside in that parking lot, I'm gonna have a lawyer tomorrow. His exact words were something along the lines of, I'm gonna have a top flight lawyer tomorrow, 0 money down. We're talking hours from the time that beautiful girl was shot. I'm so glad you're here. So glad you're here. Because although, as the evidence will show, that I guess they call him Detective Shepard, concluded his investigation in 9 days, it's not over. It is not over. Because he doesn't get the last word. He doesn't get to say that you're 99.9% sure. You will get to examine all the evidence. You will get to hear all of the witnesses. You'll get to do something they didn't do. When you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you ignore the fact that the mother, and the man behind the wheel all agree that he didn't do it. You'll get to finish the investigation. You'll get to find him not guilty of all those charges, and I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, everyone. Do you need a break before we start with our first witness? You need a restroom break? Okay, go ahead and step out.
All rise for the jury.
Can I see the attorneys at the bench for just a sec? Okay. Ready to call your first witness? Thank you. Everybody be seated.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give to the court that the truth, the whole truth, so help you?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, big state. Spell your name to the microphone.
Detective Jason Tigg, JASON, City of Atlanta Police Department.
Good afternoon, Detective T. Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
I'm a detective in the Police Department's Homeland Security Unit.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
27 years.
And can you tell the jurors your 27 years, kind of briefly, where you've been assigned throughout your career?
When I came on the police department after police academy, I was assigned to Zone 3 as a patrol officer for the first 5 years of my career, at which time I was promoted to detective in 2004, at which I was a robbery and aggravated assault detective, mostly concentrating in the downtown area. Then I was transferred to the Intelligence Organized Crime Unit up under our Homeland Security Unit. And I specialize in investigations dealing with organized crime, higher-end narcotics, and things of that nature. After which I was moved within the unit to our electronic surveillance unit in 2009, when I was sent off to training to specialize in basically everything from taking video, installing covert cameras, GPS tracking, wiretapping, video recovery from digital video systems, radiological detection, and things of that nature.
And you said you were assigned to that unit or that division of Homeland Security in 2009. Have you been there ever since?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jurors the training that you received when you started and the training you continued in order to be able to do what you do in the technical division of Homeland Security?
Well, it's just continuing training in different places. A lot of training we've had to go to Regional Counter Drug Training Academy in Meridian, Mississippi, where I went through my basic tech school, which was an 80-hour course, and then teaching you how to deal with cameras, installations, dealing with GPS trackers, and things of that nature. Then there was another week class right after that, teaching you how to install in vehicles, semantics of dealing with sound capture and video in vehicles and things of that nature. Then specifically for video recovery training class, Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, where the state, local, and federal police officers train in technical issues, dealing with video recovery, and basically just getting that more extensive training at Ocean Systems up in Silver Springs, Maryland, dealing with video and video recovery.
Okay.
I'll be here for a long time if I go into every aspect.
Let me focus in. You've talked about your training as it relates to video recovery. Is that training something that you received as you talked about, and is that training you continue to receive because of the changing technology?
Yes.
And in what technical unit, can you explain to the jurors, are you requested to assist on many different cases with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, whenever crimes occur and there are people who have digital video recording systems, and people generally don't know how to export the video so we can put in evidence, me and 3 of my co-workers were called out to the scene to recover the video. The investigators who will lead on the case tell us the time frame of video that is needed, and we pull the video for them, make sure the video plays, and turn it over to the detectives so they can watch and study their evidence.
And the video recording systems that you encounter when you're assisting the many different detectives within the police department are, in your experience, all the video equipment that you encounter, is it the same? Is it different?
No, there are many different kinds. Basically, the main thing that's focused on in the training, you have to learn the methodology of how to get the video. You go into some systems They have different terminology in them, like you have to pick the video. Some of them you have to click export. Some of them you have to click backup. Some you have to click download. You have to know how to get to the time frame needed and things of that nature. And that's pretty much the main part of the training. We had down in Flexi, there's a whole lab of just many different video systems, and during that week of training, even though it was a 40-hour course, we were in there 9 and 10 hours a day, just in those labs, just going through different video systems and just exporting the video so it can be given over as evidence and presented. So it's, like I said, it's just you have to get trained on the methodology.
And as part of your training in the methodology, is there ever a time, because of the different types of video equipment that you encounter, that the equipment actually has to be taken from the location and you export what you've talked about that way?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that, I'm going to bring this up here just in case you
Appreciate it.
large bottle of water there.
Thank you.
Now, let's talk about, as it relates to the different systems that you encounter, do all of them keep time or the timestamps that are associated with the video surveillance footage you're able to extract or take off the system? Is that all on one central time or network, or is it different?
It depends on the system. Some systems are network video systems that are pretty much tied in with the internet and run like computers. So generally those time frames stay the same. Standalone digital video recorders, just the best description I have, kind of look like old school VCRs, but just all digital with a hard drive in them. Those things are, you have to go in and manually change the time. So time gets off on those things generally depending on how long the system's been there. Things like power outages, daylight savings times, and things like that you have to account for. And most of the time, most people, once they put it in, they leave it alone. If they don't have incidents to go on, it's just there. So the time over time gets off a little bit, but the video recordings stay consistent. So when we go into there, we have to look at the date and time offset and account for that when we're pulling the video.
And based on kind of what you just described, when hypothetically, if you're helping an investigator, either in homicide or in a different department or unit within the City of Atlanta Police Department, and you pull footage from several different video surveillance systems from, let's say, a BP at one location, a warehouse camera, is it possible that the timestamps on those two independent video systems are different but covering the same time period?
Yeah, because generally you can even, their times generally never match up. Even it's kind of like even with you and your cell phones, a lot of times you might have a cell phone on Verizon or a cell phone on AT&T, they might not even match up perfectly. And when you're dealing with video systems like that, they generally never match up perfectly.
So in those instances, when you are able to locate different video surveillance systems in an area that there's the potential that evidentiary value is of each system, how are you able to make sure that you pull the same time period for each system if they're running on different times, that they have different timestamps?
Well, you look at the time on the live screen right there, and you make the changes, you account for that and just pull back. On homicide investigations, usually though, we're pulling a massive amount of video. We're going back sometimes hours, if not days sometimes, to pull video. So we account for that, and generally when we pull video, the defining thing we like to do is to most of the time catch when the patrol cars are there, because of the in-car video systems and the body-worn cameras. Those times are usually correct. So that's way, once we have them arrive, that's how we can gauge, if we're watching the video, approximate times.
Okay. And coming this back on July 4th of 2020, were you requested, or was your assistance requested by the lead detective, Detective Shepard, as it relates to the death of Secoriea Turner? between the hours of 9:30 and 10 o'clock on July 4th.
Yes.
And once you receive that request or that call for assistance, can you tell the jurors kind of the first steps that you take in order to assist Detective Shepard?
Well, Detective Shepard directs me which businesses he wants me to pull the video from, and generally they've already made contact with the people that I need to talk to go in there. Identify myself, and they show me to where their video system is. If there's a password or not, they give me the password, go into the system, designate, see what time the system shows, and starts pulling the amount of video that Detective Shepard has asked for.
Okay, and the area, the general area that you were requested to come to and provide assistance, was that kind of near the intersection of University and Pryor?
Yes.
And is that location that you that corridor that you canvassed and attempted to extract video surveillance here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
Now, once you arrived to the scene, can you kind of describe what you observed, the environment?
Well, there'd been ongoing protests out there for a bit, and the area had, best description was kind of like in disarray in the area, because basically overnight there was like hardly any law enforcement presence out there. So it was kind of a interesting scene.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, were there other officers and detectives on scene?
Yes.
And is one of the primary concerns when you arrived and when others arrived the safety of the members of the police department and the general public that's still present and out there?
Yes, because we have to hold the crime scene.
Okay. And let me ask you this question. During the summer of 2020, you were working in Homeland Security?
Yes.
And as it relates to your specific division or unit, Homeland Security, were there, to your knowledge, based on being in the unit, officers or detectives with that unit present throughout the summer?
Present in the areas generally until certain times when things started going south at night.
Okay. And can you explain, what do you mean by that? The present generally, and then at night, their presence was, it sounds minimal?
At that location, generally at night, people started showing up.
An objector, Ron. I don't know that the officer is testifying from personal experience.
I am.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw the objection. Thank you.
People started showing up carrying long guns, walking in the area, blocking the street and confronting vehicles as they passed through. Generally around those times, we were basically told to go ahead and leave the area, because when you're dealing with undercover police officers and people open carrying of weapons, you increase the possibility of confrontations between the two.
And is it fair to say that withdrawing, the presence of uniform officers during that time, and as well as you said undercover officers at the evening, is that for the general safety of everyone?
Depends on someone's point of view, but generally, yes, you're just lessening the potential of an armed confrontation.
Okay. Now, that's a bad question. I should ask, does that minimize, based on your training experience, the risk of confrontation with law enforcement being withdrawn with people open carrying rifles and things of that nature?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived to assist Detective Shepard in his investigation, can you explain to the jurors the video surveillance systems that you encountered and your success in being able to extract or take data from the surrounding area?
Yes. Different systems. The BP gas station had a specific system that uses a proprietary player, and The other two had regular DVR system except for the digital, the system at the diesel place that was actually, at the time, it was vacant, they had their cameras outside on poles recording.
Okay. And is that the area that can be described as a kind of a warehouse that's kind of past or across catty corner from where the Wendy's used to stand?
Yes.
And were you able to get any video surveillance footage from the liquor store or the package store at the top of the street where University and Pryor intersect?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when you encountered that system, was there anything different than what you've described as it relates to the systems you encountered with the what I'll call the warehouse and then the BP gas station?
Just different brands.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you examined the systems and you were able to, well, were you able to extract footage from each one of the systems and each one of the locations?
Yes.
And in your review of the cameras and the footage, were all of the timestamps that you encountered from each system, were they the exact same?
No.
And were you able to do what you described, look for uniformed officers or events that you have been, that you've talked about here with Detective Shepard and locate the footage for what's been described?
Yes.
Okay. And in each instance, as it relates to the footage or the system from the BP, the package store, and then the warehouse, were you able to actually download the requested footage from Detective Shepard?
Yes.
And I want to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 2 here on the adverse witness.
Yes.
You will take a look at State Exhibit 2 and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, it's video from the, yes, ma'am.
And the video, is it contained on a USB?
Sorry, she couldn't
Yes,
do it.
video from the incident.
The video that you described from the incident in State Exhibit 2, had you have an opportunity to review all the video footage contained or the video footage that's contained on the USB drive?
Yes.
And is that video footage a fair and accurate copy of the footage you were actually able to pull from the BP, the package store, and the warehouse?
Yes.
And in addition to looking at the footage you actually pulled, did you also look at footage on State Exhibit 2 where it was a compilation in the sense that the footage from each one were merged or put together?
Yes.
And after you reviewed the compilation, did it fairly and accurately depict all the footage that you looked at previously when you assisted Detective Shepard on July 4th, 2020?
Yes.
Here, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 2 in evidence.
Any objection?
We don't know right now, we don't know exactly what video we're talking about. I know he mentioned a compilation, because I think we will object to the compilation. But
I can lay a greater foundation if that's
fine. Go ahead.
necessary. So when I say compilation, in your review of what I'm calling the compilation, is that footage all taken from, for example, the BP?
Yeah, compilation, all of it from the VP. It seemed like the compilations from different videos there, but it looked like some of it was zoomed in.
So let me be more specific. The compilation, was it specific time periods from each one of the video surveillance camera systems that you encountered and have described today from July 4th of 2020?
Yes, you should be able to match up the compilation to the raw video.
And in your review, is that what you were able to do?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm the State Defendant with remarks to State Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, I'll object to, if it's the altered video where there are marks on it, I'll object to that. And I'm just not certain if that's the video we're talking about in terms of compilation, where there are circles and highlights. I object to that.
Are there circles and highlights?
And zoomed in, as the witness said.
But there is.
Okay, are you going to submit the original videos too? Are you going to put those in evidence in case the defense needs the original videos? It's all there?
Did State Exhibit 2, did it contain every video that you were able to pull from the extractions of all three systems?
Yes, it had the raw video.
And in addition to the raw video, did it have a compilation of the raw video from each of the systems you described, but for specific time periods, and let's say for an example, 9 to 10 o'clock from the BP, from the warehouse, and from the package store?
Yes.
And was any of the footage altered in a way that changes the substance of what you were able to extract and pull?
From what I watched, no.
Okay. I would tender State's Exhibit 2.
We object to the altered video.
On what ground?
It's altered, Your Honor. It is testimonial. There are circles, there are highlights, there are, I think, zoomed in parts are dark. It's enlightened. It's testimonial. It's drawing conclusions that should be in the province of the jury to determine if that person is the person they're saying it is.
Okay, I think that these may be arguments for whether the video would go out later in the trial with the jury. Do you want to talk? You can talk. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, I believe this is an issue that we need to discuss outside the presence of the jury. We
Okay.
didn't understand that they were going to try to admit this right now.
Okay. So members of the jury, can I send them to lunch now?
If we could finish this witness, then
Okay.
I think.
Will you guys step in the jury room for just a minute?
All right for the jury.
I do have a couple questions for you right off the bat. Is this being tendered as a demonstrative or substantive evidence? Okay, and who made the marks or zoomed in? Do we know that?
Our graphics department.
Graphics department, okay.
Maybe,
Yes.
there's no changes to the video, sorry, Mr. Abadi. I don't think it goes to the admissibility, if you go to the weight that the jury gives it, but it's nothing that changes or alters the video in any type of way, except for it's a circle.
And it doesn't remove anything from the province of the jury because Detective Teague is not saying that he has any idea who the person, any of the people in the video are. He is indicating it is video that he pulled that is being tendered as evidence that has circles around it.
Okay, go ahead.
The circle says, "This is Conley," and that circle follows that person, and it follows that person into a shaded area where you can't even make out who the person is within that area. But that circle is still there. It is suggested that the same person you saw here encircled is the same person you saw here. Clearly, Mr. Conley's circle is the same person you see here. Not clearly, but it's the same circle, so it's testimonial. It's drawing a conclusion for the jury that person A is person B, and that's what this whole case is about to some extent.
Okay, is he going to testify about the video or is he just laying the foundation for the video?
Well, he's not going. None of the video is going to be shown with him. If that's your question, he is laying the foundation, and I'm tendering it.
And is another witness going to testify about the marks on it and anything that would be testimonial, like arrows saying that that's the defendant? Will somebody else testify to that?
Detective Shepard would be the one who testifies about the markings on the video because he did the markings as it relates to a set of the videos, and then our graphics department used the same markings when we combined. So there's a 360 or 180 view of the entire area. But
Okay.
The raw footage is the raw footage. There's no way to change that.
Okay,
And no objection to the raw footage.
okay.
I have an objection, Your Honor, just to clear everything up. For the record, Sean Hoover on behalf of Mr. Conley. The reason I said this had to be outside the presence of the jury because I didn't believe this was going to pop up this early. So in regards to what the state is trying to do with this officer or this witness is literally bring in all of the surveillance evidence collected and altered by multiple people through him. Once we allow that tendered in, there's no second step for us to say, no, we didn't know what that was. That's the problem. So, Your Honor, in regards to this officer, if they want to tender the surveillance that he received from those locations, period, that's it, that he gave to Detective Shepard, we have no objection to that. However, Detective Shepard, now we know someone in the district attorney's office, which now there's a foundational issue because we need to know who took the videos, who are they an expert, are they not, what they used to alter or change the videos, He can't say they're fair and accurate because we know someone in the district attorney's office did something to it after him. So not only is there a foundational issue, there is also an identification issue. The identification issue is once somebody altered that video, now it sounds like they're going to try to use Detective Shepard to come in and say the person that we zoomed in on, the person that we put the circle around, the person that we're following, I believe that to be Mr. Conley. There's case law in Georgia that explicitly says an officer is not a person that can identify a person on a blurry video like that. And I can quote some case law now, or we can wait till Detective Shepard gets up here, Your Honor. But what case law says is, in these situations where the video is blurry, or the video you can't 100% see a person's face or who that person is, a witness that was on the scene can testify to who they believe that person is. The victim that was on the scene can testify who they believe that person is, or someone who personally knows Mr. Conley, who's seen the video and knows his mannerisms, knows his gait, knows how he walks, knows how he talks. They can use their personal information, if called, to bring that in. What the state is trying to do is take surveillance video that was not altered, was not changed or deleted in any way. They gave it clearly to someone in their office who we don't even know who that person is because they never told us about it, which is a violation on its own. And now they want to bring a detective in to identify Mr. Conley when the video shouldn't come in, the still shot shouldn't come in, anything altered shouldn't come in, and that witness is not the person that is supposed to, or that's qualified to identify Mr. Conley on these types of videos. So for all of those reasons, we cannot allow this whole USB drive to be tendered in. We got to go piece by piece because now we know the district attorney's office did something to change the original video. So he can't say it's a fair and accurate representation of what he downloaded because they just admitted that it's not because of them.
Well, no, that is not the case.
You just said somebody in your office.
I let
Okay,
you argue. It's my
let him speak.
So, but what happened, what just occurred with Detective T was he said he reviewed the compilation, that there were no alterations or deletions to the footage in itself, and that there are circles around it. The circles are not, he is not saying they're Conley. Detective Shepard isn't saying it's Conley. The circles indicate that it's the person with the red shirt on, which you can see, the person with the jeans that are lighter than everybody else, which you can see. We can make that argument in closing that the person in the circle with the red shirt on, with the jeans on, that are light colored and not black like everybody else, is Mr. Conley, because he was the only person out there with a red shirt, white writing, and the light colored jeans. And then he identifies himself on the footage from the press conference as that him being the person in the bolos or the Crime Stopper flyers.
Is the detective going to say he participated in that preparation of the video, that he was part of that?
100%.
Okay, so point well taken. I'm going to admit this subject to the continued foundation being laid. So right now it can't be played for the jury, but I'm going to allow that he has laid a foundation for identifying that as the raw video that has been placed in another format that he recognizes and hasn't been changed. But before a jury sees that, we're going to hear additional testimony, and it's fine for that to be out in the presence of the jury.
And
Okay.
before Detective Shepard takes a stand, Your Honor, I would like to present the case law that I have.
That's fine. Okay. Okay. What time? When do you think you're going to present the detective? Is that today or a different day?
It would not be today.
Okay.
Tomorrow, Friday.
Okay, that's fine. And if you want to submit something, if you want to go ahead and give us the case law during one of the breaks, that's fine.
Will do.
Okay. Okay. And are you also going to tender just the raw footage? Are you going to put the original videos in or no?
They're on
The original videos are all on that as well. So it's the original videos plus a kind of compilation.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we can bring the jury back in. Do you want me to make that ruling again in front of the jury, or do you guys want to let them go to lunch?
Well, how much more I don't know how much more they have
Do you have any more?
with this evidence.
I may have one question. On that.
Okay. All right, well, it's been tendered outside their presence, so if you want to take it back up in front of them, that's fine, but if not, it's settled.
But I guess is Your Honor going to rule on, I guess, the...
I'll rule.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, for the jury.
exhibit number was that?
2, Your Honor.
2.
Julian Conley.
Thank you. All right, having heard the arguments of the parties, you can be seated. Having heard the arguments of the parties as to exhibit number 2, at this point, the proper foundation has been laid for the raw footage that's on that jump drive, and the remainder, any compilations, are admitted but subject to the continued foundation being laid through a later witness. So,
Thank you.
everybody understand the ruling?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Detective.
Okay.
Chief and the redirect.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think you talked about in your direct testimony the area being in a bit of a disarray. Is that fair to say?
That's to put it lightly.
When was your first time going to the scene or to the area?
To the area
Yes.
was right after the Rayshard Brooks incident the next morning. We were already at work constantly around 16 hours a day dealing with the riots that were going on at Marietta and CLP.
And how many times thereafter? Do you have notes to indicate how often you went after that first appearance?
We were down there daily, passively monitoring just to see the goings and comings and things of that nature, trying to passively monitor the crowds through basically non-engagements just to see what's going on, generally to report back, because we were running a joint operations center at the time at police headquarters, monitoring all the unrest in the city.
And I guess I'm asking specifically about you rather than the collective we. About how many times were you present?
Present at their location?
Yes.
I was present at their location generally going back and forth between COP and Marietta at least 2 to 3 hours a day at different time frames.
And when you would be there, isn't it fair to say that I think you testified to police, correct me if I'm wrong, that there were many people carrying long guns, correct?
Yes, they would show up at different times. We had different incidents out there, including a couple of gunfights. We had an officer assaulted, and several different people just hit with random gunfire.
But now, as we move closer to July 4th, were you still going to the area then?
Yes, still randomly when I was at work, we were still tasked with monitoring everything that was going on, reporting back.
Now let's talk specifically about July 4th. Isn't it fair to say that there were kids and families out there as well, correct?
Yeah, there's some people brought their kids out there. Some people brought their families out there. Even some people went so far as to set up stands selling T-shirts and barbecue.
Right. People were cooking out. People were living in tents, correct?
Yeah.
Did you notice the garden out there as well that people had set up?
They set up many things out there. I wouldn't call it a proper garden, but, they set lots of things up there.
But generally, talking about July 4th, that was a more festive atmosphere, correct?
I would not be the person to call any of that stuff that was going on out there during that time frame festive.
When you say you would not be the person, I guess you have...
I would not use that term as being festive. Because generally when I refer to something being festive, it's not next to a burned down restaurant as being festive.
And children in the streets doing cartwheels, that don't qualify as festive, in your opinion.
That's the opinion of whoever parents brought them out there. I wouldn't bring mine.
Well, you are entitled to not bring yours out there, correct?
Like I say, that's everybody's personal right as a parent to bring, each parent judges where they will bring their child at. But, I can't be the one to say this parent was correct for bringing their child or not correct.
And there was also, again, fireworks as well happening that evening, correct?
Yeah, people were shooting fireworks also.
You ever been to a block party?
Many.
This was sort of like a block party.
I would not call this a block party.
You wouldn't call it festive or a block party, right?
No, I would not.
Now, you indicated something about the COP. What?
16 Olympic Park Drive, by the CNN Center.
Okay. And you said you were in that area as well?
Yes, we were monitoring both areas.
Okay. Now, and talking about the many people there who had long guns, there were no arrests of those people with long guns just for carrying those long guns, correct?
Not that I'm familiar with.
Are you familiar with the term autonomous zone?
Yes, I'm familiar with the term autonomous zone.
And if,
But I do not recognize the authority of an autonomous zone
well,
as a police officer.
well, with that zone being autonomy, isn't that almost indicative of there not being authority?
Well, not being authority was still in the city, but authority was ordered out of the area.
And you didn't like that, did you?
Not particularly.
So someone above you ordered that there be no police presence in this area at particular times. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to object to hearsay as well as speculation.
That is a question.
Can you reframe the question?
Police were ordered not to be in that area, correct?
Yes.
And the term autonomous zone, that is a zone that was given to that area by law enforcement, correct?
I wouldn't say because you could pull police out that it was given to someone.
So even if there were police there, they were pulled out.
Yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Very briefly,
Okay.
you talked about other areas that you had monitored or were monitoring on across. Did you also respond on that same day, July 4th of 2022, the Edgewood Auburn Avenue area where shooting occurred?
Yes.
And in relation to the shooting and death of Secoriea Turner, was that after that occurred? If you can recall?
I think so. That day was kind of chaotic with shootings all over town.
I don't have to be further, do I?
Okay, any recross?
I have no more questions for you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Actually, can he be excused or do you need him later?
Yeah, so it can be excused.
Okay, thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor, either.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Okay,
No, I'm good. I went back to training.
okay. Thank you.
I'm good. Appreciate it.
Okay, members of the jury, here's one surprise. We're being moved down to 1D. This courtroom is crowded. There are a couple tech issues, so we're going to be in still a different courtroom after your lunch break. We're going to move everything down there, including some of the equipment back in the back, because it's a much larger, fancier courtroom than mine, but your jury room's a little smaller. So we'll bring down the microwaves and the refrigerator so that you have those and can count on those. So do we have instructions for where they should report after lunch?
I get with them.
Good, okay. So Deputy Hero will escort you out and we'll let you know where to go. Will you try to be back by 1:45? And if you've got stuck somewhere, it's fine. We'll wait for you. You've waited for us plenty. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, for the jury.
And tomorrow we'll likely order lunch for everybody to try to keep We've received correspondence from your media witnesses counsel. When do you anticipate calling that person as a witness? We need to set up a hearing on that.
Tomorrow, Your Honor.
Tomorrow. Early in the day?
Let me get back to you after lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we just need to give them notice about when to show up. All right, thank you.
I guess it'd probably be better if we can handle that before we start the proceedings tomorrow.
I agree. First thing. In fact, we could let the jury come in like 30 minutes late or something. Okay. All right, thanks everyone.
It was me. All right, for the jury. All right, jurors, accounted for.
Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Georgia calls Gerald Campbell. You raise your right hand for me. You swear affirm the testimony given to the court that the truth, the whole truth, so help me.
Yes.
And answer my state spelling name to the court.
Gerald Campbell.
Mr. Campbell, you're going to need to speak up a little. The court reporter's in front of you, and
Okay.
she's got to take up everything you say.
Gotcha.
Perfect. Thank you.
Gerald Campbell. GeraldCambor.
How you doing this afternoon, sir?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm all right. How old are you?
50.
And where are you from?
New Orleans born, ATL living.
All right. And when did you move to Atlanta?
93.
93.
Yeah.
And what do you do for a living?
CDL, commercial driver.
Okay. And tell the members of the jury what a CDL is.
It is a commercial driver's license. You got two different kinds. You got the kind that drives buses, and then you have Class A, which drives buses, trucks, everything. I'm certified to drive anything you see on the road. Yeah.
And how long have you had your CDL?
Since 2014, July 2014.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to 2020. Who were you employed with?
MARTA.
And what does MARTA stand for?
Metro Atlanta Regional Transit Authority.
All right. And can you tell us what some of your job duties were?
Say that again.
I said, can you tell us what some of your job duties were?
To drive the bus.
Okay. So you say to drive the bus. Would
Yeah.
that mean like the big transit bus that comes and picks up passengers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what shift did you normally work?
Second shift.
Okay. And back on July 4th of 2020, were you employed with MARTA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on this particular day, what shift were you working?
Second shift.
Second shift. And what's the second shift?
It fluctuates between, you can go in from noon to about maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. It just depends on what route that you had. And I was like a floater, so I did whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would it be fair to say that you went wherever you were needed?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And back on July 4th of 2020, what route were you driving?
I think it was the 55.
The 55? And tell me
Jonesboro.
where the 55 went.
5 Points is where it started off. That's where I relieved the first shift driver at 5 Points, and it goes to Forest Park somewhere.
All right. And
Yeah.
if you remember, how long does it take to complete this route from start to finish?
That was my first and only time that I driven that route, so I believe it was a longer route. So I believe it might have been like anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half.
And what does it mean for a route to be outbound?
Outbound, 5 Points was the main train station. So when you leaving 5 Points, that's going outbound. When you coming back to 5 Points, that's inbound to 5 Points.
And were there cameras installed on the MARTA bus?
Yes, sir.
MARTA buses, okay? And where were those cameras located?
You got some inside. I think you got a couple of them facing me. A couple of cameras facing the street. One straight ahead. I think you got one behind the bus. It's probably like 8 or 9 cameras on the bus.
Okay. And back on July 4th of 2020, did that bus you was driving have cameras?
Yes, sir.
And were those cameras fully functioning?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, pursuant to 24-803 and 24-903, the state tenders the certified business record for the martyr bus videos.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, what exhibit number is that?
This is going to be 3A.
3A is admitted. Thank you.
Now, permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked in State's Exhibit 3. You can take it off. Do you recognize that flash drive?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that flash drive?
Just by being showed it, and I have my initials on it.
Do you also have a date on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to watch that flash drive for its entirety?
Yes, sir.
And was it a fair and accurate depiction of what took place on July 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, state, well, there's one more thing I'm gonna ask you. Did you also have an opportunity to watch a compilation video of all of the raw footage that was from July 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of all of the raw footage from this particular day?
Yes, sir.
Were there any markings on these videos?
No, they was pretty clear from what I saw.
Your Honor, at this time, state would tender State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
Before we make the objection, Your Honor, I'm a little confused as to what surveillance he's actually talking about, because we know there's surveillance from that day for multiple locations, and what the state just said was, well, all of it. So are we talking about every single piece of surveillance that was collected that day from every location, or just the surveillance from the martyr bus?
Mr. Cameron, when you reviewed the footage, was it, where did that footage come from?
From the bus.
Would that be the martyr bus?
That's it. I didn't see any other footage.
If it's
Did you say I did not see any other footage?
But the bus, that's it.
If it's just the actual footage from the martyr bus with no alterations or deletions or corrections, then we have no objection.
Your Honor, there are none. So, state tenders State's Exhibit 3.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
Let the record reflect that we are starting the video at 000. As promised, technology is still not on our side, no matter where we are. So, Mr. Cameron, can you tell me what we're watching at this particular point?
That is me coming down Prior Street, about to make a left turn.
Okay. And when you make the left-hand turn, where are you going?
I'm going outbound towards the end of the line, but that is University right there.
All right. So prior to the pause, there was a store that was in front of you. What store was that?
The name of the store, I don't know. I think it was a liquor store though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Store. All right. And what are we looking at right now?
That's me.
And is that you back on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Did you just hear what you just said?
It's blocked off.
Okay. And what is it's blocked off? What's blocked off for this particular?
The street.
Okay. And why did you say that the street was blocked off?
Cause it was barricades, and you know, I couldn't make it through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, was this bus empty or did you have passengers?
Yeah, I had passengers. I don't remember how many, but I know I had a few of them on there.
All right. And what are we watching now?
That is me looking like I'm about to back it up. The lights just went out, so I'm backing the bus up. Cause whenever you put the bus in reverse, the lights go out so you can see. And I'm tapping the horn, letting people behind me know that I'm coming back.
And why are you backing it up instead of going forward?
Cause the street was blocked off.
You trying to ride? No, I'm going the other way. I saw it fall. Hey,
you can come through, bro. Hold up, stop. You can come through. You transit. You a part of the community. You're not doing that. Y'all stay on there. Gonna be that ride. Come back down. I got you through. Come on.
So prior to this person coming up to tell you that you can go through, were you allowed to go through?
No.
You ride?
Yeah, you coming through. Come on.
You know what I'm saying? You ride?
Now, do you see someone wearing a red shirt in this particular video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tap the screen for me? And can you tap it?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hit that button. Can you circle that person wearing their red shirt? And what, if anything, do you notice about what this person has on them?
Got a what looks to be a AK style, firearm.
Okay. And did this person ever approach?
I'm sorry, AR style.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you know this is a AR style firearm?
Because it's long and it's hanging off a shoulder strap.
Okay. And did this person happen to approach the bus at any point?
I don't believe any further than you see in the picture right here.
Yeah. The wheelchair. You ride? Yeah.
Did the person in the red that you previously circled just say something to you?
Objection, Your Honor, that would be hearsay.
Party opponent statement.
At this point, we have no idea who that person is. There's been no testimony to it, so as of right now, it's still hearsay.
A effect upon the listener. I'm not offering for the truth of the matter asserted either, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll hear the statement. Go ahead.
Yes.
I overruled you since it's in the recording.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, do you see another individual that just came from screen prior?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And can you circle that person for me? And what, if anything, did you notice about this person?
His pants is sagging. He look like he's holding a firearm, but I can't really tell from this angle.
Okay. So, if you tap the screen, you can get rid of that first circle. Tap it. Let's hit the play button.
I got y'all, y'all, no disrespect, y'all, we got y'all.
You hear me? Man, I'm sending this motherfucker to the neck.
I promise I got you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, come back in here, turn what you got to roll. Hold up, stop. You can come through, you train. You're a part of the community, you're not doing that. Y'all stay on that, we all right. Come back down here, I got you too, come on.
You ride him out. You ride?
Come through, come on.
Now I'm saying, you ride? No, him right there. Yeah. The wheelchair, you ride. Get up. Get up.
Yeah, I got y'all, y'all, no disrespect, y'all.
So now, that same person with the white shirt that you mentioned earlier, you can tell if he had a firearm. Can you tell better now?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It
what
looks
is the, based off of your personal experience, what kind of firearm do you believe that to be?
look like an AR style rifle.
Man, I'm sending this motherfucker to the neck. Yes, sir.
Hey, come back in here, turn what you got to roll.
Now, which angle is this that we're looking at now?
That's towards the BP, cause I started to turn around, but I was halfway through it when I was stopped. So since I was given permission to go through, I'm backing up again, so I can not run up on the curb, and then I'm proceeding to go through.
Now, do you see the individual with the red shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the same person that you circled earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that person doing with his body?
Motioning me through.
Okay. And based off of and when you say he's motioning you through, what do you mean?
Kind of like telling me which way, come on through, go through right there.
All right. And did you ever return back, I guess, going inbound towards 5 Points this night?
Yeah, but it had to be over an hour before I came back through.
Okay. And were the barricades still there?
I don't remember. I think they were, but I'm not really sure. Yeah.
1 second. And just, can you explain to the members of the jury, since you were there this particular day, what did the environment look like?
Very tense.
And tell me why you used the word tense.
Because it was a lot of tension because of the other situation that had happened.
Okay.
It just was, the intensity was thick going through there.
Did you see multiple people with guns?
Yeah.
Long guns?
Yes, sir.
The state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination? Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
How many times would you say you went through that area that day?
That is a longer route. So it had to be either 3 or 4 times.
And you testified a few minutes ago that you saw multiple people with long guns.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was more than 3?
Absolutely.
More than 5?
Yeah,
More than 7?
probably.
The state asked you about seeing somebody in a red shirt.
Mm-hmm.
But you saw people in black too, didn't you?
I believe I saw one person in black, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saw children out there?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Did you see tents out there?
Tense, yeah, it was tense.
Okay. So as you're operating the bus, what's your responsibility?
To get my passengers from point A to point B, make sure they protected. In order, everybody on my bus is my responsibility. Whether it's a part of the job description or not, I take it on as my responsibility.
Okay. And you're not responsible for taking inventory of everything that you see on the street as you're driving, are you?
No.
Okay. So you only know what happened on your bus, correct?
And around my bus.
Okay. So what was happening outside of your bus before you got there, you don't know?
No.
And you said you went through the area 3, maybe 4 times.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing in those trips that you made, the first 2 trips, made you feel like you didn't want to make a 3rd trip, did it?
I get paid to do a job and I'm gonna do it. So I wasn't intimidated, I'm gonna do my job.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So you talked about on cross that there were multiple people with long guns. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
How many people with long guns came to that bus?
Came to the bus as they were getting on it.
Approached the bus.
Approached the bus like in the vicinity. I think I saw 2 or 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's talk about the 2 or 3 you saw. One of them, would it be fair to say that the one that had on the red shirt is one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the one that had on the white shirt is another one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Also, did you see kids doing cartwheels?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you, based off of your own personal thought process, was this a festive environment?
What you mean, festive?
Festive.
Like a party or something? No.
Also, the shirt that this person had on, what color was it?
It was red, but it had some designs on it.
Okay. What color were the designs?
Looked like white and black, I think I saw.
Okay. Was there something going across this person's body?
Yeah, looked like a bag, a little shoulder bag or something like that.
What color pants?
Looked like blue jeans. I don't know. Wasn't paying attention to the pants.
We can play.
play it? Can you?
Yes, play it again for you.
Yeah. Blue jeans.
What? The red check, you right. Yeah, yeah. Turn it down. I want y'all to represent these people to the max. Y'all, no disrespect, y'all, we got y'all. You hear me? Represent this motherfucker to the max. I promise I got you. Yes, sir. Hey, come back in here, turn on the Jackson Road.
So, after watching that video, do you now remember how many people came to the bus with the long gun?
Look like 2.
And were those the same 2 people that you described? 1 and 2, the one in the red shirt and the one in the white shirt.
Right.
Nobody
Yes.
in all black.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, thank you for spending your time with us today. You're excused. That means if you want to stay and watch, you can, but you don't have to. Ready with your next witness?
Statement called Chris McCord.
Yes, I can't see what's in front of me. Can you, the room right in front of me? Okay, thank you.
Trying to face me, raise your right hand. You swear to affirm the testimony you give recorded, the truth, the whole truth, so help you. Yes. Go ahead and have a seat and answer the mic. State and spell your name for the court.
Christopher McCord, CHRISTOPHER, MCCORD.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCord. How are you?
I'm fine.
How old are you, sir?
I am 47 years old.
And are you, what area of town do you live in?
I live in Southeast Atlanta, which is right off of University Avenue.
And how long have you lived in that area?
18 years.
And so are you familiar with the area of University and Pryor?
I am.
And that's Fulton County?
That is Fulton County.
And do you recall the summer of 2020?
I do.
can you kind of explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of what was the climate of that particular area in the summer of 2020?
A lot of unrest. There was a gentleman that unfortunately had a situation with Atlanta Police Department. A lot of folks were riding in that area at the time.
And is that an area that you utilize to go to and from your home?
It is.
During that time of unrest, were you utilizing that area to go and come?
In some instances, yes.
And during that time of unrest, was there any police presence in the area?
Low, unfortunately.
You said low?
Yes. Wish we had a little bit more support.
And when you say rioting, what type of rioting was going on in the area?
Once again, our Wendy's was burnt down. There was also some heavy crowds that were there at that Wendy's as well, and some individuals that were also shot before in that area as well.
Was that prior to or subsequent to the Wendy's being burnt down that individuals were shot in that area?
Prior.
And was that prior to the 4th of July?
It was.
Do you recall how many shooters were in the area at that time?
I know of at least one or two. I don't recall all of them.
Did you observe anything that appeared to be, let's start with the date, June 12th of 2020? After that date, were there festivals going on in the area?
No.
Did you observe during that time individuals with guns in that area between June 12th of 2020 and July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
About how many times did you observe individuals with guns in that area?
At least once or twice.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30A. Do you recognize what's in State's 30A? It's been previously shown to council.
Yes, I recognize that area.
And is this the area that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
And does it fairly accurately depict the area of University and Private?
It does fairly.
Say that that's the State's 30A in the women's evidence.
Is it demonstrative?
No, just for evidence purposes.
Okay, it's admitted. And you said that is
30A, Your Honor.
30A? Okay.
And may it be published, Your Honor?
Yes. If you need to move to see it, feel free to move around as you need to.
And Ms. McCord, I'm going to ask you to step down for us if you can.
Sure.
When you would travel to and from your home in this area, can you kind of point to, ladies and gentlemen, the directions that you would take?
I traveled down 54 and around to the bend, and then my house is right on the other side of the high school.
When you, 54, what, is that coming off a particular highway here in Atlanta?
Yes, that's the state highway.
Okay, what highway is it?
54.
Besides the ramp, do you come off of a ramp?
Oh,
to the
yes,
highway?
I do. I come off of University Avenue.
Off of which, you got 285, 75, 20, which highway would you be utilizing to get off from that exit?
I will typically be traveling southbound on 75, 85.
Okay. And did you happen to be in that area on July 4th of 2020?
I was.
And what was going on that day for you? We all know it was 4th of July. What were you doing that day?
Celebrating.
Okay. Were you celebrating at home or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
And about what time did you leave your home?
I had left my home several days before that, so it should have been July the 2nd or so.
Okay. When you left your home on July the 2nd, did you travel on University Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And which way were you coming from your home on University Avenue?
I would have been coming, that's going to be eastbound, which is past the Wendy's, BP, and then the highway entrance is here to the right-hand side.
So when you would be coming from your home, the Wendy's would be on your right-hand side?
That's correct.
Okay. And during that time, July 2nd, I believe you said, were there any barricades or cones located on University Avenue?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you observe any individuals out in that area as you traveled from your home?
It was a low amount of individuals at that time.
Can you kind of describe what that looked like for you?
Typically, there's individuals that will hang here at the corner of the Chevron. Maybe a little bit of foot traffic at the BP, but that is typically it.
Was it still that unrest kind of environment that you talked about earlier?
Not on that day, no.
And at some point, did you return home?
I did on July 4th.
About what time was it that you returned home on July 4th?
Based off my knowledge, is probably around 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And when you were returning home, which way of travel did you take?
Once again, came off the highway 75 southbound. I made a left-hand turn to get on 54, and I'm sure that I was probably on the right-hand side at that time, and continued on until I couldn't anymore.
Okay, then you can have a seat. Thank you, sir. And you said you, you said until you couldn't anymore. Did something occur that impeded your ability to continue on to your home?
Yes, there was a gentleman that stepped in front of my vehicle with a long gun.
Let me ask you, when you made that left on University Avenue, did you see any barricades or any cones at that time?
I did not.
Do you recall what the gentleman looked like that approached your car?
It was a light-skinned black male.
Light-skinned black male?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the clothing at all?
I do not recall anything about what he had on.
And I think you indicated that he had a long gun.
That's correct.
Was that the only individual that you observed that had a gun?
At that time, yes.
And I want to, State's Exhibit 2 that's already been tendered, Your Honor. I'd ask that State's Exhibit 2 be published with just the raw video footage from the All-American Liquor Store.
So that's from this morning, but you're just using the raw footage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection? That part's been admitted. Wait, who's handling this?
I will for it, Your Honor.
He's handling that portion from this morning.
Okay.
So my particular issue is that USB drive has a bunch of different surveillance from a bunch of different locations on it. Which part do they plan on playing with him? That's the issue, because this isn't separated. This is all bunch
I'll
together.
repeat. The portion that came from the All-American Liquor Store.
Raw footage.
The raw footage from the All-American Liquor Store.
You unedited it? We have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Was anyone else in the car with you as you were traveling home on the 4th of July?
Yes, my wife.
And what's your wife's name?
Her name is Samantha McCord.
Who was driving?
I was.
And where were y'all coming from?
Once again, celebrating 4th of July. It was 5 years ago, so I'm not quite sure if I remember which type of celebration we were at.
And you indicated that an individual approached you with a long gun. Did you recognize that individual at all?
I did not.
I'm going to show you, you can look at the screen as you come up. Do you recognize one of those vehicles in State's Exhibit 2 as the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
If you could tap that screen and circle it, if you tap the screen in front of you, it should allow you to make a circle around your vehicle. Tap it a little harder.
You want to help him? There you go.
And what type of vehicle was that you were driving?
That's my family vehicle, Nissan Altima, 2-door.
And as you approached this area, had you seen the gentleman with the long gun approach you at that time?
He approached me right a little bit further out of view, once again hindering my ability to continue down.
So that's you traveling towards further up University?
That is correct.
And after you passed that point is when you encountered the individual with the long gun?
Yeah, it's just out of screen, but once again, that's one of the main reasons why I stopped in the first place and was not able to continue down.
Besides that gentleman with the long gun, did you observe anyone else that had a long gun?
No.
And what side of the vehicle was that individual with that long gun standing?
He was standing right in front of my vehicle.
In front of your vehicle?
Yes.
And did you continue on through the barricades? Well,
I was.
past the gentleman?
I couldn't. He was standing in front of the vehicle. Yeah.
And if you could turn your attention back to the screen.
Sure.
If you could double tap the screen, Mr. McCord, where that red circle is, so it'll move.
Double tap.
Is that your vehicle that's approaching on the top left-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side, but yes.
And is that you moving on that further up as you described to us before?
Yes.
Further up University?
Yes.
What happens when you get past the camera viewpoint that day?
I had a few words with the gentleman and asked him to eventually allow me to turn around. His biggest thing he said to me was that I was being disrespectful. And I told him that I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but if you'll allow me to turn around, please.
Where was that weapon that you mentioned earlier at that time when you were having this, was it a conversation like you and I are having right now?
I would say that it's not like you and I are having right now. So definitely a little bit more, what would be the right word?
Were you using
I
your
guess
outside voice?
I was using my outside voice. Yes, that's correct.
About how long did that interaction occur?
It was several seconds. It wasn't long at all.
What was that individual doing with, or where was that handgun at the time that y'all were having this interaction?
It was a long gun.
Where was it at? Was it down by the side? Was it up? Like, how were they holding it?
It was in his hand.
Okay. What direction was it pointed?
As he stepped up, during our interaction, it was pointed at my face.
At your face?
Yes.
And where was your wife at that time?
She was in the passenger seat.
Were you still seated in your vehicle at the time of that interaction?
I stepped out to have a conversation with the gentleman.
You stepped out of your vehicle?
Correct.
What side of the vehicle did you get out of?
Driver's side.
And where was that individual? Were they still at the front of your vehicle?
Yes.
Did they ever move any closer to you besides being at the front of your vehicle?
No.
When you say the front of your vehicle, was it dead center of your vehicle or closer to the driver's side or the passenger side?
From my recollection, it was dead center.
And did you see any other individuals at that time with firearms?
No.
And you said during this time, y'all were still down there, correct?
We were still down where?
Down, further down University.
Yes.
Okay. And now in States number 2, is that your vehicle coming back up?
It is, because I asked for the turnaround.
And were you allowed to turn around?
He did allow me to turn around.
And where are you going now?
I'm doing a turnaround to head back to my house, but through a different direction.
What direction were you then going to head to get home?
I would be traveling down Pryor Road at that time.
Did you stop in that parking lot to your recollection for any period of time?
Not to my recollection. Once again, 5 years ago, I'm not quite sure.
Do you see a gentleman with a handgun in State's Exhibit number 2?
I do now. That night I did not see that gentleman.
And if you could tap the screen, hopefully it works this time, and circle the individual that you see with the gun.
Once again at this time, but I wasn't aware of him being there. After conversation with the detective, I realized that there were guns pointed at me, but at that time I did not.
So the only time that you recall a gun being pointed at you is when you had that interaction outside of the camera view with the individual with the long gun, the light-skinned gentleman with the long gun.
That's correct.
Is that the gentleman that you had the interaction with? Does it appear to be that individual that you had the interaction with down outside of the camera view?
Not quite sure. To my recollection, I'm not sure.
Do you see other individuals with guns at this point?
I do now, but that night I did not.
And could you tap the screen again and circle the next individual you see with the gun?
I see this individual at this time, but not that night.
And when you say that individual, can you describe what that individual appears to be wearing?
I can't make it out. But it looks like blue jeans, or at least white jeans, maybe.
You can pause it. Do you see any other individuals with the gun?
I do now, but that night I did not.
And if you can probably try to clear out those other circles and then circle that individual that you see.
I see this gentleman here with the gun, and it looks as if there's one more person right to his left-hand side, or right-hand side, I'm sorry.
Does that person appear to be the person that you had an interaction with outside of camera view?
No.
Mr. McCord, do you own a firearm?
I do.
What type of firearm do you own?
I carry a .380.
Did you have your .380 on you that evening?
I'm an ex-police officer, so yes.
Do you have a license for your .380?
I do.
Oh, can you tap those to previous one? Can you pause it for a second? Is that your vehicle pulling back into the parking lot of the liquor store?
Yes, after being allowed to turn around.
And I understand it was 5 years ago, but is that you stopping in the parking lot, although you may not recall it today?
It is me.
Are you the individual that's getting out of the car?
Yes.
Do you know who you're talking to at that point?
I do not recall. That was 5 years ago.
At this point, are you able to see those other individuals that we saw in the previous video approaching with those weapons as we saw?
I don't recall.
Who's this getting out of the vehicle?
That's my wife.
In what direction are y'all headed at this point?
We're going to make a left-hand turn onto Pryor Road. Once again, going another direction to get home, because I was denied the opportunity to go my usual route.
At this point, do you see individuals that's in the video going towards that same direction?
I do now, but on that night, I did not know.
Now, at this point in the video, how many people do you see pointing guns in the direction that you and your wife are traveling?
It looks to be at least 3, if not 4 individuals.
Can you circle those individuals?
Can't tell if this gentleman up at the top has a weapon, but at this time, it's this gentleman looks like that gentleman, and I'm not sure, but maybe this gentleman as well.
Now, the gentleman at the bottom, can you please describe what he is wearing?
At this time, he has on a yellow shirt and purple gym pants.
I'm sorry, the gentleman with the firearm.
The first one I circled is wearing all black here.
And the second one?
Second one has that a red shirt and blue jeans.
And are you able to tell what type of weapon that is that he's pointing in your direction?
At this time, it looks like a long rifle. Potentially could be a AK-47 or AR-15, potentially. Once again, can't make it out. It's kind of blurry.
Do you recall if that is the individual that you encountered further up on the university that was out of view?
I do not recall. That was 5 years ago.
And at the top of the screen, do you see the gentleman with the white shirt on?
I do see a gentleman with a white shirt on.
Are you able to tell whether or not he has a weapon?
It looks as if he's pointing a weapon.
If you could circle for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could circle that person.
I've already circled him.
I'm sorry, the one with the white shirt on.
Yes, I've already circled him.
That's the one. What about the other one in the furthest view back going towards Pryor Street? Do you see that individual with the white shirt on?
Once again, I can't make it out, but it looks like that gentleman may or may not have a weapon, but he does have a white shirt on and blue, looks like black jeans or black long pants. But once again, it's too blurry for me to make out whether he has a weapon on him or not.
Are you able to see that gentleman that we spoke about that was at the top corner closer to Pryor now, a little bit clearer?
I can't make him out, no. And now that he's coming closer into the camera view, it looks as if that is a long guy.
And if you can try to tap that screen again and take the circles off.
Am I going to hit X?
I'm going to just have Mr. Biden come sit next to you.
We're spending a lot of time together. Only thing I ask is you don't sit in my lap. Okay, all right, that's good.
At this point, have you and your wife left that parking lot area?
Yes, it looks as if we've made our left-hand turn to continue down Pryor Road and go to Slater Elementary, where I made a left-hand turn to go home.
Did you make it home?
I did make it home, thank goodness. Once again, unbeknownst to me, I had no idea that many weapons were pointed at us.
When you got home, what did you do, if anything?
Of course, I had a yelling match with my wife, and then I picked up the phone and called 911.
I want to back up for you. In that moment, when you're outside the camera view and you're having that interaction with the light-skinned male with the long gun, what's going on in your head? What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
I'm thinking safety mode for me and my wife.
Once you get home, you said you got home, you and your wife. Was your wife upset with you?
She was not upset with me. I think it was more so of a...
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's sustained. You can ask a question differently.
You indicated that you and your wife got into, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What happened with you and your wife when you got home?
Interaction between us, we love each other. It wasn't necessarily crying per se, but definitely more of a, so glad that we got through that. and then once again called 911.
And were you able to get through to 911 immediately?
It took a little bit of time, but I was able to get through to an operator at some point.
At some point, did you learn about the death of Secoriea Turner?
I did, but it was several days later.
How do you recall learning about Secoriea Turner's death?
I recall looking at the news and finding out about her death, and then knowing that we came through that way at that time.
And do you recall about what time it was that you were coming through that area?
I believe, once again, that was 5 years ago, but I believe it was 9:30 to 10 o'clock-ish.
And at some point, did you ever speak to the police about you and your wife having guns pointed at you and the interaction that you had with the light-skinned male with the long gun?
I once again did not see the second interaction. It was when I got a chance to talk to a Detective Shepard that I learned that there were individuals that were pointing guns at me as we were driving away.
Do you recall seeing a press conference held by a person of interest a few days after the killing of Secoriea Turner?
Several days later, yes.
And did you talk to Detective Shepard about what you had observed after seeing that press conference?
Well, I mean, it wasn't connected in my opinion, but yes, I did have a conversation in reference to what I saw that night. I didn't necessarily intermingle that information into the conversation with Detective Shepard.
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard and indicating that you recognized...
Objection leading.
Can you rephrase?
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard about anyone that may have been involved in the incident between you and your wife and the individuals with the long guns out there in connection to that press conference that you observed?
Not from the press conference, no.
From anything else?
Once again, my conversation with Detective Shepard was mostly about what happened that night.
Were you ever able to make an identification of the individual that held that gun to you that night?
In reference to my conversation with the detective, yes.
And what was that conversation?
That it looked like the gentleman from the press conference.
That the person in the press conference looked like the gentleman that had held you at gunpoint?
Yes, that is correct. That had the long gun and impeded me from going further down University Avenue.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Very briefly, in your interaction with Detective Shepard, did he ever show you a lineup of multiple individuals?
He did not.
Did he ever offer you an opportunity to just come to the station and look at multiple individuals?
He did not.
So your interaction was you saw somebody on TV and said, that could possibly be the guy, correct?
No, I identified a light-skinned male that had a long gun that night.
Right. But as you sit here today, you don't have any independent recollection of that person you saw, correct?
5 years ago, no.
And as you sit here today and you describe that second interaction, you never was aware that there was a second interaction. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you got out of your vehicle, you had your gun in your hand, correct?
Safety mode, yes.
Safe mode?
Yes.
What is safe mode?
To keep my wife protected, yes.
Is safe mode a feature on a gun, or I don't know what do you mean by safe mode?
I went into safety mode automatically.
And by you going into safety mode automatically, you had your gun in your hand, correct?
Yes.
And as you watched that video, in response to you getting out that car with the gun, multiple people aimed their guns at you, correct?
Based off what the video says, once again, it was unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed in my direction.
You know what a bounty hunter is?
I do not.
You don't know what a bounty hunter is?
You mean a TV show or in reference to an individual?
A person, the job title, bounty hunter.
Yes, I know what a bounty hunter is. Yes, that is correct.
And they typically do what?
They chase down individuals.
And they sometimes wear all black, correct?
Yes, I've seen bounty hunters in all black before.
And In that video, as you saw it from different angles, you saw individuals wearing all black, didn't you?
I saw one individual wearing all black.
And that one individual in all black had a long gun, isn't that correct?
Based off the video, that is correct. But there were also other individuals with long guns as well. Once again, unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed at me that night.
And when you drove and stopped and parked your car, at that time when you drove and parked your car and got out with your gun in your hand, there were no individuals at your car, correct?
No.
And you don't have an independent recollection of that right now? That is just based on what you see on the video?
No, it's not based off what I saw in the video.
So you have an independent recollection of that, correct?
Once again, I was unaware that those individuals pointed weapons at me that night. And it was 5 years ago. But yes, in the video, it's, once again, so glad that we made it through that.
At the time of this interaction, did you ever describe anybody wearing a red shirt?
To the detective?
Yes.
No.
Thank you, sir. I have no more questions for you.
Any redirect?
Just a few. But in this video, you can see a gentleman with a red shirt and light jeans pointing what appeared to be an AR-15 at you
That is correct.
in the direction that you and your wife were traveling.
Based off the video, that is correct.
And it wasn't just individuals in all black that had guns that night, correct?
Based off the video, that's correct.
There was an individual with a white shirt on with a gun,
Based off the video, that is correct.
another individual with a white shirt on and black jeans that had a gun too.
Based off the video, that is correct.
And I'm not sure if you could tell that gentleman that did have on all black. Were you able to tell the complexion of his skin at all?
I could not. Once again, I was unaware of those individuals pointing weapons at me that night.
So when you talked about a light-skinned male with all black on, it wasn't that individual that was pointing that gun?
No, not that individual in all black, no.
And prior to you pulling out your weapon for your wife's safety and your safety, had a gun been held to your head?
Yes, my initial interaction when I begged the individual to please let me turn around. He told me I was being disrespectful, and I said, well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful if you'll just allow me to turn around. And he did allow that to happen. I believe I made at least 2 or 3 requests, but eventually he allowed me to turn around.
Was that a traumatic event for you and your wife?
Yes, of course.
Any requests?
One question. So this light-skinned individual in all black, he never hit you or anything, did he?
I did not say he had all black, but he did not hit me, no.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, can he be excused?
Yes, he can.
All right, sir, thank you for being here with us. You're excused, so that means you can stay and watch the trial if you'd like to, or you can leave. Ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Georgia will call Samantha McCord to the stand. That's yours.
You swear to affirm the testimony you give to the court that you shoot the whole truth so help you?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. It's a mic state study in court.
My name is Samantha McCord, SAMANTHA
Good afternoon, Ms. McCord. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Ms. McCord, how are you employed?
I currently work for myself, and I am an event manager.
And what area do you reside in? I'm sorry?
Event manager.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on one second.
No, I was asking while the video was showing distracted.
Oh, okay.
Video from the last witness.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sorry about that.
And, what area do you reside in?
I reside in historic South Atlanta
Okay, and how long have you lived in that area?
for about 10 years.
Okay, and does that area include streets such as University and Pryor Avenue?
They would not consider it to be a part of that area, but it is right there on the cusp connected to it.
Okay, so how far is University and Pryor from where you reside?
Less than a mile.
Less than a mile, okay. And do you normally travel on University?
Yes.
Okay. Who is Christopher McCord?
He's my husband.
And how long have you been married?
We've been 7 years, going to be 8 years at the end of this month.
Okay, all right. So now let's talk about April of 2020, right? I want to draw your attention back to April. What was that area like back in April of 2020?
Just very regular space with cars. We had a Wendy's. It's a food desert area, so that was really the only restaurant. There's an alcohol package store. There were about 3 gas stations, and they were building another one. Okay. So activity in those places, but pretty quiet.
Okay. Were there any protests in April of 2020?
I don't recall any protests.
Now, let's go to June of 2020. Mm-hmm. Did that area change?
I believe that year there was more activity out in the streets, but in terms, I'm not recalling anything that's specific.
Okay. Was this something that happened in the area around June 12th of 2020?
I do know that at the Wendy's, there was an incident between an officer and an individual, which led to his death, and then they burned down the Wendy's.
All right. And once it burned down, how did that area change? Did more people start to show up?
Yes.
And
yes,
people showed up based off of your perception. What was the reason for them showing up?
A lot of
speculation.
Based off of her perception, she's testifying from her personal knowledge. She lived in the area, she traveled in the area. So
she can testify what she saw.
Right. So when you traveled in the area, what did you see?
There were protests right at the Wendy's area that had burned down. We avoided University for a bit. We were aware that community members were working in order to get some peace on that street because cars had to go around people and they were trying to avoid the street on a whole. But we knew from community organizers that there were protests happening.
Okay. So let's talk about the times. So during the daytime, was it more or less traffic than during the nighttime? Bad question. During the daytime, was it more protesters out, or at nighttime, was it more protesters out?
It seemed for a while as though it was the same, and then it became where an incident where a woman was hurt by a ricochet bullet. There was a lot of protesting happening in the morning, just nonstop people.
Okay.
And then once that happened with that woman, it seemed as though it quieted down in terms of the amount of people.
All right. So now let's fast forward a little bit. So let's go to July 4th of 2020. Were you still residing in this area?
Yes.
All right. And was this the 4th of July for you?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury how you guys typically celebrated the 4th of July.
Well, as an event manager, I always have an event on 4th of July. Or we go to a friend's home or just another party of another colleague who's a promoter for a venue. So that's how we always celebrate the holidays. I'm usually working, and then I bring Chris along with me.
Okay, and do you guys buy fireworks?
Yes, that's another thing that we do. Annually, we shoot off fireworks in our neighborhood. A local building owned by a nonprofit allows us sometimes to use their area in order to do so, and the community comes out from our block.
And what time did you guys leave home on July 4th of 2020?
We left home, it was still daytime. I can't give you the exact time. I know it was light out, and we headed to the downtown area.
All right. And what time did you guys return home?
I know it was night.
It was nighttime?
Yes, I know that definitely sun was down.
Sun was down. At this time, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 2. It's going to be the video from the All-American Package Store.
Okay, the one that we discussed previously?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Go right ahead.
And just for the record, we are going to start at 9:35:48.
Thank you.
pausing at 9:36:09. Ms. McCord, do you see your car?
That does look like me. See the Nissan, yes, over there on the street.
Do you see the Nissan?
Yes.
All right. Can you tap the screen? And can you circle your car?
Hit the pencil for me.
And who were you traveling with on this particular day?
My husband.
And do you see yourself in this particular frame?
Yes.
Okay. And which side of the car?
I'm on the passenger side.
On the passenger side. Now, I want to draw your attention to the back side of your car. Are your brake lights engaged?
It appears so.
And why is that?
Because there are people in front of us that seem to be blocking the street.
Okay. And was this like typical back in April of 2020?
No, it was never typical.
All right. So was this your first time experiencing something like this on that road?
Yes, in my life.
So you would agree with me that that's not the usual flow of the traffic on University?
No, it is not, especially for a July 4th.
Thank you. We're going to go to the next video. It's the All-American Package Store. For the record, we're going to start at 21:37:02. While that's being loaded,
Erase.
tap the screen. Hit the eraser for me, and then you're going to erase that. Now, what are we watching?
That's my car going past the package store.
Okay. So once your car goes off screen, can you tell the members of the jury what happens next?
At least 4 individuals are in front of our car and they stop us. My husband is confused about what is happening. He gets out the car after rolling the window down. A man is yelling at him. I'm not really recalling what the man was saying, but Chris is saying before he gets out the car, we live here, we're community members here. He gets out and he says that again, we're just trying to get home. We're just trying to go down the street and get home. We live here. They have more back and forth, and then Chris asks, well, can I just turn around? Can I just turn around? And then he gets in the car and he tells me they have guns. And so he lets me know that we can't go forward. So he backs up and then begins to move forward to turn around in order to make the left onto Pryor Road so that we could go home.
And at any point, did you see the guns pointed at your car?
I believe that they had weapons.
Okay.
Yes.
And what kind of weapons did you believe that they had?
Due to the lights from the car, I could see what appeared to be like at least one long barrel gun, but I'm not good with identifying the types of guns.
All right, so we're gonna resume watching. Well, let's go back. How was this experience for you during this particular moment?
Terrifying.
Okay. And tell me why you used the word terrifying.
Because it was first time ever that I felt like so just at any moment, any one of them could harm us, could harm him. And there was just nothing we could do. There was nobody around to protect us, and Chris couldn't.
Were you in fear?
Yes.
State's gonna take the video to 21:39:19. Pause it. Now, was that your vehicle we just saw come through those cones? We can rewind if you
Yes, please. Yes, that appears to be, yep, Nisi.
Okay. And did anybody move the cones out of the way for you?
To my knowledge, no.
And from here, where did you guys go next?
From here, we would have turned onto Pryor or into the gas station.
Okay.
I mean, into the alcohol package store area. But we had to make that left onto Pryor.
The state's going to switch the camera and go. And we're going to play at 9:38:30.
Any objection?
Oh, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Who just got out of the vehicle?
My husband, Christopher.
And is he upset?
Yes,
Who just got out of the vehicle just now?
that's me.
What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a dress.
Pause it. Do you see an individual with a white shirt and black pants?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is leaving the witness.
I mean, that's a direct question about whether she sees someone like that on screen. Do you see someone like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Can you circle that person for me? And what, if anything, does that person have in their hand?
A gun.
And is that gun pointed in the direction of your car?
Yes, it is.
You can erase that circle for me. You need the play button. Pause it. Now, can you circle all of the individuals that you see with a, oh, I'm sorry. Do you see people with guns in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Can you please circle all of the people you see with guns in this photo? Now, do you see someone wearing all black?
I do see a person wearing all black.
Does that person have a long gun?
From this photo, I cannot tell.
Do you see a person with a red shirt?
Yes, I do.
What is the position that this person with the red shirt is in?
From my training with Chris, it would be a squatting shooting position. My husband trained me in shooting, just in case I had to defend myself.
What about the person at the top screen that you circled? What position are they in?
In a forward motion with the gun out, as in a forward shooting position.
Okay. And the person in the white tank top, what position are they in?
They are also in a forward motion with their gun drawn in a shooting position.
And where are all three of those guns pointed to?
At our car.
Play. Pause it. The person in the red shirt, what direction did they just walk in?
They started walking back down University going east.
Would that be towards the barricades?
That would be towards the barricades, yes.
And would that be the same direction that you just described the guns were pointed at you at?
While when we first were driving,
Yes.
when we first entered University heading east, yes.
Okay. And do you see any color, or what color lettering do you see on the back of the person in the red shirt?
I see white.
And do you see a bag of any sort?
Yes, I do. Like a cross satchel bag.
We can take the video down. Thank you. And once you guys tap the screen. Once you guys left that parking lot, which way did you guys turn?
We made a left onto Pryor heading south.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business workers exception, the state would like to enter the CAT report and the 911 call.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe that those items need to come in through a person who actually is familiar with the keeping of those documents. I don't think it's with.
Are they certified copies? Or?
They are, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's two things. It's certified and it's a business record.
Perfect.
Okay, they can be admitted then.
And that's going to be, the CAT is going to be for A. And then I'll provide the business record. So, once you guys left, did you call 911?
Yes.
And why did you call 911?
Because our lives were just put at risk, and we knew other people were coming down that street. It wasn't blocked off by these people clearly, as if they wanted people to keep coming down. And so we saw other people driving down. Someone was going to get hurt by these individuals. So we wanted the police presence there.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
It's granted.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 5. Do you recognize State Exhibit 5? Take it out.
Yes.
And how do you recognize State Exhibit 5?
It was shown to me, and I also signed it.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to that CD in its entirety?
Yes.
And was that a fair and accurate recollection of the 911 call you made on that particular night?
At least one of them, yes.
Your Honor, State Exhibit 5.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish State Exhibit 5, Your Honor.
Granted.
And when you call 911, who's with you?
My husband.
And where were you guys at? Like, where were you guys at when you guys called 911?
I believe for this portion, I believe we were finally at home.
Okay. Did you guys try to call 911 more than once?
Yes.
And were you guys able to get through?
We were on other occasions, yes.
Oh, okay, now you're gonna drop me off. Now you're gonna drop me off?
3 with the address of the emergency.
Yeah.
Atlanta 911 with the address of the emergency.
Uber, Lyft, whoever you is that you're working for.
Atlanta 911 is disconnected
man,
due to no response. Atlanta 911 operator 7663 with the address of the emergency.
Listen, the Wendy's on University. Someone put a shotgun in.
All right, where are you going to meet us at?
I don't care what I meet you, but you, the Wendy's on University. Someone put a shotgun in my face.
All right.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Or whose voice is that?
That's my husband's voice.
I don't care what meets you, where you
University
need.
Avenue, Wendy's. University Avenue, Wendy's. It is the same area where Rayshard Brooks was shot. There are gentlemen there that are trying to regulate traffic and putting shotguns and guns in people's faces.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to meet with the police?
He pointed it at our. He pointed it at us. It was in our vehicle.
Okay.
Did you just hear yourself say that he pointed it at us?
Yes.
Would this be the same situation that you just described at the barricades?
Yes.
Meet with the police?
What the fuck? Absolutely. You will meet with the police here at the corner of University Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that a yes or are you talking with him?
Yes, University Avenue.
What's your name?
You can go ahead and put it down as a citizen of South Atlanta.
No, ma'am. Listen, if you want to meet with an officer to do the report, we need someone's name that's going to be there to do the report. Now, we can send them out as a, you know, like you don't want to meet with an officer in reference to someone. But if he's crying in the background and he feels violated, he has a right to file a police report. So does he want to file a police report, or do you just want us to go down there to check on those people at Wendy's? Those are two different things.
Okay, and then, yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
No, I have to hear me now. Hello? Sorry.
Yeah, no, your phone is cutting out. What now?
Hi, my name is, do you hear me now with what I said my name is?
No, I didn't hear you. Do y'all want to meet with an officer, yes or no?
You said at one point that if we did not meet with an officer could come down.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. You don't have to meet with them.
I understand that, but like, I would like to know in all likelihood, how just level with me, how much likelihood would an officer go down there? Despite our scenario, what we have gone through.
Right. So I'm a call taker. So my job is to process a call. Now, what they do when they get down there, that's not on my scope of practice. So my question was, the guy that's crying, that felt violated, will you want an officer to come out to meet with him or not? Otherwise, we're going to have to move the call forward.
I would love for you, without taking our name, to send somebody down to University Avenue.
All right. And how many is out there?
Thank you so much. I would like
how many is out there?
Because our community members can't get through there and they're becoming agitated.
All right.
Please
We'll
get
get
people on
someone out.
University Avenue.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And let's kind of talk about that. So once you arrive home, you make the 911 call. What happens next?
We made several 911 calls because we wanted to check that police had actually showed up. Chris wanted to go back on the other end of University to see, since these individuals were closer towards the Pryor Road side, he wanted to go down on the McDonough side to just see if the police had shown up. It's too risky for us to do that, and so we just kept calling to get confirmation from the operator if police did actually show up, and we could not get confirmation.
And once you got the ride home, what was Chris's, as you call him, what was Mr. McCord's reaction?
Scared, angry. It's his first time. He felt like he couldn't protect me.
Objection, Your Honor. We just heard from a witness, and any information about how that witness felt, provided that information for this witness to attend.
Your Honor, we would object to the speaking objections.
Okay. It's speculative, and so I'm going to disallow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. McCord, have you been around your husband for, you said what, 7 years?
We've been married 7. We've been together 11 years.
Okay, and have you seen him upset?
I have.
Have you seen him happy?
Yes.
Have you seen him scared?
Yes.
Would you know the difference between those 3 emotions based off of your experience with him?
Absolutely, and because this has haunted us, it's also what he told me.
Okay. And when you said what he told you, did he tell you that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he's testified. So try to ask these questions without quoting him.
Did Mr. McCord go back out there?
He did not go back out there.
And why not?
Objection, Your Honor. It's speculation.
Do you know of your own accord, or do you have to tell them what he said about that?
Oh no, I know from my own accord. It's not what he said.
Okay, she can answer that.
And why didn't he go back out?
And I have to live with this because I stopped him.
Okay.
He's a protector and he wanted to go, but I stopped him. I told him he had to stay and that it was too dangerous for him.
Did you listen?
Yeah.
How long after this night did you learn about the death of...
The very next morning.
And how did you learn about the death?
Through Chris.
And let's go back. On the 4th of July, did you ever speak with an officer?
No.
And why did you not want to give your name on the 911 call?
I was afraid that these individuals or anyone connected to them would retaliate against us.
And once you learned about the death of Secoriea, what was your reaction? Or what did you do next?
I felt guilt. Once again, just that reliving of it, scared, angry, wishing I had done more, wishing I allowed him to do more, but still just knowing that really there's nothing we could have done.
I have no further questions for you. Defense may have some questions, but the state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Few questions for you. You mentioned that you have been with your husband for
11 years.
11 years. And we saw a video that was played of you traveling with your husband. You knew your husband had a gun, didn't you?
My husband does carry, yes.
Okay. We saw you on the video go past the barricade. Isn't it true that you went past more than one barricade?
And turning around, there was a barricade, but going forward, there was a barricade on the left-hand side of the street, not on the side that we drove down and other cars drove down.
We saw a video that had some people milling about on the street. Is it safe to say that there were people that were there that night that were not shown on the video?
I'm not understanding. I'm not sure if all the individuals that stopped us on the street ended up in the video.
So we heard a 911 call that you made. And we also heard, you said you're not familiar with guns. Do you know the difference between a shotgun and a pistol?
One is smaller. I'm believing that that's the biggest difference that in my mind comes to. One is smaller than the other one.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were afraid when we saw the video. But you got out of your car when we saw the video in the parking lot.
Yes, for my husband, absolutely.
Okay. And then once you got back home, you were safe, right?
We believe so until our grocery store got vandalized very close to us.
But when you got home, you were inside of your house, correct?
The feeling did not feel safe even inside of our own home.
So was your door locked?
Yes, every time.
Okay. Nobody from that location followed you? They didn't follow you home?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Give me just 1 minute, please. I don't have any other questions. questions for you. Thank you so much.
I have just a couple. So on cross, you were asked questions about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did your husband ever point a gun at anybody?
No. No. And Chris, when he was a police officer, yes, he has. But in terms of post being a police officer, no. Our McCord rule is we do not point a gun unless we're going to shoot a gun.
Okay. Bad question. Did your husband point a gun at anybody on July 4th of 2020?
No, because he did not shoot anybody on July 4th, 2020.
Also, you also mentioned about your grocery store being burnt down. Do you remember that?
No, burnt down, vandalized.
Vandalized, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
That happened.
What is relevant to that?
Your Honor, she's talking about, well, the first question was why she didn't give her name, and it goes to her particular fear and the result of what transpired on July 4th of 2020.
I'll allow it.
It happened during that month.
Okay. And how far was your grocery store from the university in part of that area?
There is one school block and one street between that grocery store and University Avenue.
1 second, Your Honor. State has no further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, can she be excused?
She can, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can be excused, which means that you can stay and watch if you want to, but you don't have to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you guys need a break before they call another witness? You doing okay? Good? Okay. You need 5? Okay. Will you step out for 5 minutes?
All right, to the jury.
Mr. Conley, could you use the bathroom break? Sure. All right, go ahead.
And Judge, just for planning purposes,
Oh.
how long do we would go together so we can have the proper?
Let's see.
You think we'll go past 5?
No. So if you get to 4:30, we can quit after that.
We call a few more people.
Sure. That's fine. And we have reached out to the attorney for the
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the jury in a second. Where'd Adam go? Is he your witness, Miss Young? He's yours?
Yep.
Okay, so we're ready?
Yep.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
rise for the jury. Jurors in the conference board.
Ready to call your next witness?
I am. Your Honor, the state of Georgia calls Investigator R. McClure.
You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirmative testimony you give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. It is the mic. State and spell your name for the court.
It's Randall, Randall, McClure, Mcclure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you are employed
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department
and how long have you worked for the Atlanta Police Department?
since 2010.
Since 2010. Can you tell the members of the jury what your trajectory or progression has been with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes. I started my career as a Zone 1 patrol officer. I was there for about 4 years. I was sent to the License and Permits Unit for a few years as an officer, at the rank of officer. I tested, I made the rank of investigator. I went to the gun assault team. At the time, we handled all the non-fatal shootings that happened, anybody that was struck by a bullet but survived. In 2019, I was transferred to the homicide unit.
And are you post-certified?
I'm post-certified.
And can you tell the members of the jury again, what does it mean to be post-certified?
The state of Georgia certifies me as a peace officer.
And what powers come with being a peace officer?
Being able to make arrests and write and execute search warrants and arrest warrants.
Okay. So now, let me direct your attention to July 4th of 2020. Were you at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was. I was on the homicide unit.
All right. And did you have an opportunity to respond to 1238 Prior Road?
Yes, I did.
And where is it located?
That's located in very close to Lakewood. It's in between Lakewood Amphitheater, Turner Field, Southeast Atlanta, Zone 3.
Okay. Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, it's in Fulton County.
And what was the reason for your response?
We were responding to investigate. At the time, I'm not sure the status of the victim, but it was a shooting that it was believed that the victim was not going to survive their injuries.
Okay. And what did you know about this area prior to responding on this particular day?
These were wild times back in 2020. This was when that specific area right there, there was a Wendy's restaurant on Pryor that had been burnt to the ground after an officer-involved police shooting. And folks had gone down to that area and essentially taken it over. And the police department was given very vague guidelines on how to respond to calls down there and how to enforce the law down there because the area had essentially been taken over by becoming a autonomous zone.
And what time, if you remember, did you respond to the scene?
I don't remember the specific time, but I remember it was later in the evening.
All right. And can you please describe the scene once you arrived for the members of the jury?
Once I actually physically got on scene, it was there was nothing out there but other police officers. They had sent in officers that had they essentially cleared the area out. They had officers from all over the city respond and clear the area out, so that when I arrived, there was nothing but other police officers there.
And would it be typical for them to send officers to clear out an area prior to your arrival?
No, this was a completely unique situation.
And what was different about this situation and other situations that you had?
Well, oftentimes we would try to keep as many people on scene as possible because of your ability to gather witnesses that saw what happened. But in this incident, we were entering a very hostile environment, and so that's why the other officers were sent in there first to clear it out, because there were people down there that were well armed, that were not friendly or kind to the police.
And once you arrived, what steps did you take?
My responsibility on scene was I did the crime scene drawing of the evidence that was found and collected.
And who instructed you to draw the crime scene?
I don't remember anybody necessarily instructing me. If I took it on as a voluntary assignment just to help out.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30B. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 30B?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 30B?
This is a blown up poster board of the drawing that I did.
And is this the drawing from the crime scene?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene back on July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Have there been any material alterations or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 30B.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Your Honor, may the witness step down for the next part of this testimony?
Yes. And if opposing counsel needs to move to the other side of the seat, you're welcome to.
I am approaching you what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the identical of State's Exhibit 30B?
Not entirely, because this has markers where to show where evidence was collected, but as far as the map, yes.
And would that aid your testimony in showing the jurors where the actual markings were found?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State tenders State's Exhibit 30.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
You may step down. You can bring that with you. So, you come over. I'm going to hand you what has been pre-labeled as, well, first of all, let's tell the members of the jury, what did you note from the scene?
Sure. So we collected, I said we, the Atlanta Police Department, collected some .223 shell casings, a couple of .223 live rounds that had not been fired, one projectile, and another smaller caliber round that was actually found on the entrance ramp from University Avenue to the connector that probably had nothing to do with the crime scene, just based off where it was, but we collected it as we were looking in the area.
Okay. Now, there are some items that are listed 1 through 11. Can you tell the members of the jury what those items are?
Specifically, number 1 is a .223 live round. Number 2 through number 9. No, I apologize. Number 2, 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 3 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 4 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 5 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 6 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 7 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 8 is a 5.56 cartridge casing. Number 9 is a .223 cartridge casing. Number 10 is a .223 live round. Number 11 is a .38 caliber class bullet.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what a live round is?
A round that has not been fired.
Okay. So is that kind of what you get when you go to the store and you buy a bullet?
Yes, a live round is a bullet that has not been fired. It's what you would purchase from the store.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what a casing is?
Shell casing is what's left over after you fire a bullet through a gun.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what a live bullet is? I'm sorry, a live round. Is that the same?
A live round we already established is like if you go to the store and you buy bullets, that would be a live round. Again, once you put the bullet in a magazine or put the bullet into the gun and you fire it, it creates a shell casing that gets ejected from a semi-automatic weapon.
Okay. And what kind of shell casings is a 5.56? What kind of gun is the shell casing 5.56 consistent with?
A rifle.
Okay. And what about a 223?
Rifle.
What about a 38 class bullet?
Probably a revolver or a pistol.
Okay. So based off of this, can you tell me how many casings would be consistent with a rifle?
8 casings.
And can you tell me how many live rounds would be consistent with a rifle?
2.
And can you tell me how many rounds or bullets would be considered with a revolver of some sort?
1.
Okay. So now I'm going to hand you what has been pre-marked as a 223 live round. That's going to be number 1. Can you please place on the board where this round was found from? Was found.
Yes.
And I noticed that it is on the barrier. Is that on the side of University where the liquor store was?
Yes, the package store is right here.
All right. Now I'm going to hand you the second 223 live round. Can you place on the board where that was found? And just to confirm, because it's a live round, would you agree that that means that these rounds were never shot out of the gun?
Correct.
All right. Now, let's go to the 223 casings. I'm going to hand you, where did you find one 223 casing? Yeah. So, let's subtract that. I'm going to hand you one, the 5.5.
The 223 casing.
The 223 casing? Yes, which is number 9. I will draw my statement, Your Honor. I am handing you the 5.56 cartridge casing that's in your hand right now. You, per your previous testimony, you found numbers 2 through 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you place where you found number 2 at? Okay. Can you place where you found number 3 at? Can you place where you found number 4? Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. And then number 8.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to move one of the live rounds right here.
And then can you place where you found the 223 projectile? And then the 38 class bullet. Thank you. And does this conclude all of the items, the shell casings and casings that were found on the scene of this particular day?
Yes. In fact, it looks like maybe on the big board, number 12, there might be a mislabel. Number 11 should be the projectile, and number 12 should be this round that's up here.
Say it again for me, I'm sorry?
Yeah, sure. So number 11 on my crime scene sketch is a projectile, which is right there. And then I have item number 12 is that 38 caliber round that's right here.
Okay.
So in other words, the visual reference as far as where casings and rounds are collected, this reflects my drawing. I think there may be just like a typo down here.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of where all of the shell casings, the projectiles, and the bullets were found?
Yes, obviously not to scale, especially because these things are big, but yes.
And are those shell casings, or would those shell casings be consistent with being fired from an AR-15?
Yes, a rifle of some sort, yes.
And can you tell the members of the jury exactly which ones would be consistent with being fired from an AR-15 or a rifle?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This officer has not been qualified as an expert in any type of firearms, ballistics, or any pattern matching, anything like that. We are going down a slope that I don't believe he's prepared to testify.
Are you just inquiring about what would typically be used? Or are you going to ask him about patterns?
What would typically be used?
Okay, first ask him if he knows and how he knows.
Do you know what the 5.56 and the 223, what those are consistent with being used in, or what those casings are consistent with being used in?
Those calibers are typically associated with rifles.
And how do you know this?
Being a police officer as long as I have and dealing with ballistic evidence and weapons.
Have you had an opportunity to deal with these types of rounds in your experience?
Yes, I have.
Does that satisfy your objective? So again, can you tell the members of the jury what the 223 live round, what type of firearm is that consistent with being fired from?
Typically a rifle.
And is a rifle the same as an AR?
An AR-15 would be a type of rifle. Yes.
Okay. And what about the 5.56? What type of firearm is that consistent with being fired from?
A rifle.
And is the rifle consistent with the AR-15?
Yes.
Okay. And the 38. What type of firearm is that consistent with?
Most likely a revolver or a pistol.
I'm going to pass you to the defense. They may have some questions for you, but at this point, I don't. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
You want to move your exhibit? You guys want the exhibit there while you're cross-examining, or do you want to?
You need to move it for you?
Leave it for a second, and then I'll take it down. Investigator McClure, how are you doing today?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
It's been a minute since we've seen each other.
A couple years.
Yes, sir. So, are you able to see the board from here, or do you need me to?
I should be able to see it from here fine.
My first question, I'm going to demonstrate this a little more with the jury since the state went into it. You said that these rifle rounds are consistent with being fired with a rifle, correct?
More than likely, yes.
More than likely consistent to be fired with a rifle, and could be an AR-type rifle, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know how many rifles were actually fired that night, do you?
I don't.
You don't know how many ARs were fired that night, do you?
I don't.
And no one from the district attorney's office or no one from Atlanta PD or anyone else told you how many rifles were fired that night, did you?
No.
Is it safe to say that from all of this there was at least 3 different rifles being fired that night?
No, not.
Your Honor, cause for speculation.
Will you re-ask the question?
Based off the evidence that you collected, is it safe to say, and I only say that multiple rifles could have been fired that night?
I'll allow that question.
Is based off this could have? I guess anything's possible, but as far as the number 3, I don't know specifically 3.
And that's why I tried to rephrase it, because I knew that number wasn't an actual accurate number.
Okay.
So let's give the jury a little more information about what these projectiles and what these casings look like. You said the casings were bullets that were actually fired already, correct?
That's what casings are, yes.
And then in a rifle, when you fire a bullet, what happens with the casing?
It gets ejected from the gun.
It gets ejected from the gun. So what that means is, if I'm firing a rifle, casing goes out, right? Fire a rifle, casing goes. Fire a rifle,
casing goes. Fire rifle, casing goes. That's what that means, right?
Yes, sir.
The majority of the casings that you picked up were on this side of the street. That's where you marked all of them, correct?
Correct.
How many were on this side?
In other words, the north side?
Yes, sir.
None.
Say it again?
None. Zero.
So, from what I hear you saying, when the vehicle was shot at, the majority of the casings, the majority of the bullets were coming from this side, right to left.
I didn't say anything about a vehicle, sir, so I'm not sure what the question is exactly. So,
Oh, I apologize. Let me back up. Did anyone from Atlanta PD or any other law enforcement agency tell you where the vehicle was when it was actually shot?
no, sir.
Did anyone from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office tell you where the vehicle was when it was actually shot?
No, sir.
Okay. So all you know is where the shell casings were, but not where the vehicle actually was.
Correct. I just did the crime scene sketch.
And from your testimony, all the shell casings are pretty much bruised around this area, and it could have been multiple AR-type rifles that fired it, correct? You don't know how many.
Right. That would have to come from a NIBIN report.
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
That would come from ballistic
From
reports.
ballistic reports. And you didn't look at any of the ballistic reports, did you?
No, sir.
My last question. You said when you arrived, police officers already cleared the area for people, correct?
Correct.
Did any of the officers that were there before you tell you that actual other people started coming in and picking up shell casings before they were cleared?
I don't recall if that was ever mentioned.
Okay. Did anyone from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office told you there's actual evidence that other random people came in picking up shell casings before you arrived?
Objection on the facts, not evidence.
I'm asking if he was actually, if he was told that from officers or the District Attorney's Office. That's important. That's important, Your Honor, because this officer testified that he was out there to collect evidence, find evidence, and he also made a sketch of all of this. I get to find out what more he knew, not just the limited part that the state wants to see here.
Okay, don't tell them what the information is, just ask them if they gave them information.
Did they give you information that that shell casings were picked up by other people before you arrived?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any read?
Yes. When did you make this sketch?
July 17th.
Okay, so you made it shortly after July 14th, correct?
July.
I'm sorry, July 4th.
Yes.
Also, when counsel was demonstrating shell casings, you would agree with me that someone can fire from this side of the street. When it hits the ground, it bounces and rolls, correct?
Correct. It
So the point at which it landed is no indication 100% of where it was fired from, correct?
Correct.
But you will agree that there's no dispute that these shell casings were fired from an AR or a rifle style gun.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
My last, it's the last couple of questions. The state said that there's no, just because where they landed doesn't mean that's exactly where they fired from. So is it a coincidence that all of the casings just happen to be in the same area?
I don't know how we could determine if it's a coincidence or not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Very brief.
It's okay.
You've heard of gravity, correct?
I'm familiar with gravity.
And would you agree with me that gravity pulls objects in the same direction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
No further questions?
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
So you can remain if you wish, but you can also go back to work. Thank you. Okay. The next witness is longer, is that correct? So we'll wrap it up for today. How much longer?
It's Mr. Ivory.
So it'll go into tomorrow, probably.
I would assume with the cross, yes.
Okay. Members of the jury, we have some other business to take up, so we're going to excuse you for the day. Thank you for all your attention to this. Tomorrow morning, we have to have a hearing outside of your presence, so you can come at 10 a.m. We'll start at 10.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Guys, a little bit of vegetarian today. It's okay. Also, is there anyone in this group that is going to be celebrating next Tuesday? Rosh Hashanah? Mr. Hoover, you were going to give me some cases. Do you want to email those to me?
About the,
About the issue from this morning with the jump drive?
yes, Your Honor.
Can you just email those tonight?
I will.
Okay, and the hearing tomorrow, I don't know, have they responded? They're building, okay. So 9:30 tomorrow for that. Are you gonna have to put the reporter up for that?
Where the hearing from?
It's just argument?
That's mine.
Just 30 minutes realistic?
Yes, well, I think it'd be less than 30 minutes.
Okay. And we don't, are we watching that video, or you attached it, I think, to your motion, but you guys, are you aware of that? I think you attached the video to his motion.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
The video motion? Yeah, there's a motion to quash tomorrow, so attached to his motion, right? Or attached to the immediate motion to quash is the video in question. We need to review that.
That was certainly scary.
Okay.
And I guess I'll direct safe case law in regards to